Yo, yo,
Yo, what up, big homie? What's up?
what's going on? How are you?
Shit, I'm good. Chilling. Just working, finishing the day, listening to these fucking
Nice.
crickets mate or do whatever they're doing. I don't know, but they're loud. No, actually, I think they're like cicadas or locusts. You know what the noises that they make? No, I think it's a locust. A locust make those noises.
I mean, if it's a locust, then we got bigger problems on Earth.
I didn't say fucking hundreds and thousands of them. I
Jeez,
said like one locust, bro.
man,
I said
I was gonna
you're
like,
like one of those fucking
fuck.
hardcore evangelists. They see one fucking locust.
It's like,
The plague
man,
is
I thought you were gonna say
coming.
something like, "Oh, shit's fucked, dude." Somehow I'm in Coinbase. No way. And it's like, what could be worse than that? Locusts. This guy was like, I think there's.
What the
And
fuck?
Raj was like, I think there's a locusts outside my house. I'm like, fuck off.
Where is he?
Huh?
Where is he?
Maybe in the beginning of hell or Texas.
See, I
Oh
told
my
I told
god.
you, dude. I fucking told you. You're like you're like the one. You're the type of dude that you'll see like one fucking ant. There's an infestation in the house.
There is. I like that shit. I'm Guyanese, but I was born in Canada. I don't want any of that shit in the house.
That was,
Oh, not like Costa Rica where you have to check your shoes because there's always scorpions.
Ugh,
oh
shit, dude.
shit. I be freaking feeling
Mm.
those with my big toe. Cause that's how country I am.
Oh,
That's how country I
man.
am.
I check my shoes every day because I dumped a scorpion out once.
You
Wow.
fucking step on them bitches. Fuck you, huh?
Shit.
You don't get to out freaking shine me with those pincers. Nuh-uh.
Man, Scorpion and the Frog. Oh, man. I'll be honest with you. Um, and I don't want this to come from an egotistical place. It's hard for me to listen to other spaces.
Oh, dude, it is. It's hard.
Dude,
It's
I can't stand it.
That's why I try to freaking like get up there and like liven that shit up because it gets too like that's the thing that was weird was like I the whole like dynamic of the spaces shifted from the time that I left to the time that I came back. It was like very, it was just different. Like I don't know. I think it was just too much of like people trying to insert
Hmm.
their own personalities into the syndicate, but they haven't developed a relationship with us yet. So it was kind of like messing with our vibes. Do you know what I mean, bro? Like it was.
Well, it's one of those things where the people who were there from the jump know what it really is, you know? And when people try to get me to explain it, I'm like, I don't know. Right? What's happening? I don't know. People are getting jobs. I heard Casey, process 15 mortgage loans from leads he got from the space. Seems like
Yeah,
progress to me.
exactly. But the thing is that I feel like a lot of these like people that come in, they just like, okay, so like the whole point of this was it for it to be an organic experience that was, that was just everything kind of flowed. You just went with the process, you just did it,
Hmm.
and like I feel like in the last few days, it's been very like people are trying to like force themselves to the process and like just
Yeah.
they're in like very like
Yeah.
forced.
And the thing is, when it's forced, it's like, you know what I told a buddy just now? I said, to be honest with you, with a lot of these startups, I think that technology is better than the founders. Like, the technology works. It's the founders that are weak.
Yeah, no, exactly. I know exactly what you mean. Like the technology is good, but the founders they just it's just and it's all about like interpersonal communication too. It's just not there. It's like
It's not there,
yeah, it's just not
you
there,
know?
and it's
And that's
that's why
always,
it's like
I
always
don't blame people for that. Like, I don't blame people for that, but it does hurt my heart. Does that make sense? when
Oh,
I
of
hear it.
course, it hurts me too because I'm just like, man, this person's fucking brilliant. Like they have a great idea, but they just don't know how to communicate that to anybody, and it makes them seem like I don't know. They're lonely. Like I wouldn't say that they're lonely. They probably have friends, but like in the aspect of like trying to acquire individuals to come to you, you don't make yourself very attractive. You know what I mean? Like the law of attraction.
Yeah,
The law of
it's
attraction.
almost
Like
it's
when that
almost like
happens.
they're their own worst enemy.
Exactly.
You know, if you just showed us the website, we would have been fine.
Oh, fuck.
Yo, it's true though.
Dude, it's so funny.
You know, it's
But it's funny though because I had to go
like
through that. That's what I had to go through
it's a rite of
when I
passage.
went through my like this whole long like 1 year grueling like sales classes and shit that I did.
Yep.
Stuff that I did to like make myself better like as a salesman. Like cuz you got to start at the bottom, so they make you fucking start at like as like a like the person in the freaking that's doing cold calls or standing outside or a car salesman. You never get to freaking just go straight in the sale. When you're in sales, you never just get to be the fucking the lead sales guy or the sales manager. You have to like be in it, or the sales department's gonna fail because there's not enough field experience behind the actual person. So all that stuff that I went through, like I had to like I learned a lot about, like, I knew what I was good at, but I never focused on what I was bad at. And that shit freaking made me so self aware of my bad habits that I was catching myself all the time, like saying shit that I was like, oh, why did I say that? Oh, why did I do this? Or why did I do that? Started questioning myself more because like I had it in my head that that everything that I was doing was already good. But then whenever I went into that, it like completely like fucking crushed me, dude. It like crushed my ego. Like, my ego got fucking destroyed because I'm over here. I'm what I was 28, no 27 at the time. I was 27, and you got like these 20-year-olds, doing the same stuff, and they're over here fucking smoking my ass. They're fucking like smoking my ass in sales. And I'm like, yo, what the fuck am I doing wrong? So I had to break down that wall. I had to break down that freaking barrier that I set for myself, put aside my pride and seek advice from outside sources and like kind of like push myself to to start treating things like not getting so defensive and taking things so personal and like thinking of it more as like a business decision when it comes to like my speaking and stuff like that, because that's what's going to better my sales and overall increase my net worth. And my net worth doesn't just have to do with my monetary value, but it has to do with all the different other attributes and all the different interpersonal communication skills, empathy, all those different things. Like my self-worth is my net. Like when I say net worth, I mean my self-worth and what I value myself at. It just wasn't there at the time. And I've come a long way. There's a lot of stuff that I still need to learn. That's why I stick around, because I appreciate all the good vibes and the good energy and the good information that comes from everyone. But it's just that's the thing that a lot of people they don't know how to break down those barriers. And a lot of the times is because I put myself in that situation, and I knew it was going to be shitty pay, and I knew that it was going to be fucking grueling, and I knew what was going to probably happen. But I had to put myself into that situation because I had gotten to like a freaking crossroad in my life. Was like, I'm not getting any better. Like, how do I fucking better myself? I didn't have anybody to talk to. I didn't have anybody to speak with. All I had was my own brain and trying to freaking make a better life for me and my family, and that was all I could do. So I pushed forward and did did all that stuff. And with all that stuff, I feel like a lot of people could benefit from just better interpersonal communication skills. It just because that's like you were saying, Mike, that's the reason like a lot of startups fail, is because they don't know how to convey their message properly. But let me stop talking, dude. I'm going on a rant.
No. It was fucking great. I remember talking to Matthias about. He told me about a boss who didn't know how to convey his feelings. We had a good laugh over it.
Sensitive ass thugs. Nah, but I mean that's not the problem. They can, because we can give hugs. You know, it's not being sensitive.
Bro,
I'm
it's not being
sensitive as
sensitive,
fuck.
bro. I'm a sensitive ass. I'm a sensitive ass dude, bro.
Yeah, I'm
Come on.
sensitive as fuck. It did take me like 34 years to realize, like, oh shit, all this shit is mitigated
I was
by my sensitivity.
exactly, bro. I was over
Amazing.
here making up excuses and shit and saying that it was extra estrogen. And I went to the doctor and they said, "Nah, dude, you're just sensitive." No lie, bro. That's what he fucking told me.
Yeah, my
I went to.
testosterone is dropping. Like,
I went.
it's actually
I'm
not.
telling you, bro.
You're an outlier.
I'm telling
Hey, I
you,
feel
bro.
like this is the third time you've told us you were buff without saying it directly, bro, because you were talking about your big ass traps.
Bro,
And now it's over here like, yeah, it just so happens that my fucking T levels are
no, I said I'm just sensitive, bro.
equivalent to an 18-year-old.
I'm just emotional, man. Just
Whatever,
an
dude. See,
emotional
this is what I'm
kid.
talking about, bro. You always do this, fam. Anyways, but this is what I'm talking about. Hold
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's up,
Hey,
guys?
look at
It's
me
my
up there looking
Look
like
at
a
this buff
fucking
ass
stud
motherfucker.
muffin,
Hey, high
bro.
key, I wore that same ass outfit today, dog. Oh shit.
For real, bro?
I didn't
Nice.
know you were a fashion icon. I'm dead
Nice,
ass
bro.
serious, bro. I had that. I had a similar all over print, navy blue, and gray slacks with the black belt.
Hell yeah. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it.
It's fucking
I'm
brilliant.
feeling
Pictures or it didn't happen.
I'm kid. I'm basically naked because my drawers got all kinds of holes in them. So it's like, I mean, I could take a picture of it in the hamper.
Share with the class.
The shirt, at least, because I'm saving the pants.
Dude, my wife told me that I couldn't because I was going to a wedding and that's I was gonna go like that with the button down, like showing the freaking wife beater. But my wife said I looked like a fucking drug cartel member, so that I couldn't wear it
Hey,
like that.
that's racist. How could she?
It was
Why
the
should she not
beard.
think?
Yeah, Cholo.
She was like, all you need is a freaking gold chain and you're gonna look like a freaking nautical. And I was like, what?
Vivo de tres animales que quiero a toda mi vida.
I was about to
Ay,
sing
ay,
some
ay.
corridos, dude. I was about
Hey, you are here on some, you know what I mean? Los Tigres del Norte shit. Tucanes de Tijuana. Fuck.
Nah.
Are we doing the Calixin with the Texican?
I think that's just
That's
what happened,
right. Yeah,
honestly.
that's the new party.
That's literally what happens every time.
How do I say that? Is it Caxican?
Yup. I say however you decide, Baroness. I read French people now, and I fucks with all definitions.
French now, eh?
No.
And
Not in the language. I'm not a barbarian.
uh,
I have it translated into human. What?
I am
Yeah.
also I have renounced Baroness. I am now Barn Ass.
Whoa. Okay. I'm not mad.
I'm embracing the troll name somebody gave me.
barn. Somebody gave you barn ass, really? That's fucking weak. So weak.
Mexican times Califaxican. That's the new party. It's not Andrew Yang. It's Matthias and Mr. Rod.
Califaxian.
Califaxican.
That sounds like somebody that instead of doing coke or blow, you're just having a substitute. It's generic for blow. You're having like confectioner sugar.
Oh, that could be like slang. Like, yo, fam, pass some of that cotton candy.
Yeah, pass me over
I
that bugger sugar.
I need to check in with HR at work and see if there's any grounds for doing cocaine. But if not, then I'm not going to try this.
The thing is, you have melanin, so it's discrimination no matter what they do.
Uh,
Yeah, bro. On the
It's
bright side, if we spill
complex.
some on our elbows, bro, they're just gonna think we're ashy, so we're good.
I'm not mad at this.
So what you saying? What you been up to?
You know me, dog. Just fucking idiot. Per use, you know.
What are you reading?
I'm still going through Foucault.
Fuck
Damn,
that,
you're
man.
holding on, eh?
You're too sensitive to Foucault, bro. Come on.
Hey, come on, pronounce his name correctly, please, bro. It's Foucault. No, I'm just kidding. I know it's not. I'm just,
This
this
guy's
is my bit.
continuously tweeting about Foucault every day. He's always
Yeah,
he's either pissed or he fucking loves him.
dude. It you know, I started harping on him 4 weeks ago or so, precisely because as I read this fucking tree hugger anarchist, he sounded like right wingers in the U.S. and on Twitter, and I was just like, how?
Oh, so you're one of those guys. Hey, let me judge this guy from my perspective 40 years later when he was writing, you know, in the 1970s. I understand that.
Well, see, I just think that the French overall are just soft. Like all they're doing is complaining about the evolution of being and how it imposes on, and now we must reject symbols and I'm like, yeah. So my dad was super into that shit. But now as I get older, and one of the things I talk about this a trillion times with Michael was like, bro, you got to understand when they were writing as well, because that's important to your point. Because he was like, they just came out of 2 world wars. And I was like, I can see how if the Germans fucked you twice, you'd be like, nothing matters anymore. And both times they did it, those Germans were fucking straight into symbols and myths, and that's all they were reconstructing. And they rolled all this shit into a fucking
Are you
bowling ball, and they
specifically
knocked
talking?
you over twice.
Are you talking about Nietzsche?
I I think that Nietzsche's a bitch just in general. But no, I wasn't
Fuck
even
off,
referencing.
bro.
Oh
Fuck
yeah,
off.
fuck Nietzsche, bro.
Fuck
Fuck
you.
Nietzsche.
Fuck you.
How could you say this to me, bro? We're best friends.
We're not
We have
best
to
friends
agree on
anymore.
everything.
This is where the
Yo,
line
this
is
is the
drawn.
most thuggish, ruggish conversation I've ever been in.
Hey, you know, it's like, look, okay. We can even look. I love Nietzsche. Nietzsche is beautiful at his descriptions. I love his take on
You're
Christianity.
just a fucking crybaby. You're a weak crybaby, and that's why you hate Nietzsche, because he talks
No,
about superiority.
no, it's not, and it's exactly that. It's like I think when I listen to Nietzsche, that is not coming from the thunderous place of your diaphragm and your balls. He's a whiny little bitch clinging onto a horse before he dies. And you can see how all of his writings were pointing to exactly that end. You're pathetic, dog. You're the worst.
If there was ever a motivation for me to kill my own kind, this would be it. Right here.
No,
And that's how the French people planned it. They wanted to. Can you imagine? It's Spanish people disagreeing over French people. This is how they keep us apart, guys.
hey, high key though. I was, you know, I was influenced by too many Spaniards, honestly.
Oh,
Have you read
I didn't
any
know you like
Spaniards?
colonialization. You love colonialists, don't you?
Ah!
You're a fucking colonizer.
Dude, Nietzsche gives these motherfuckers an apologetic to exactly do that. And I'm saying, no, you must temper yourself. Turn inward, bro. Read Meister Eckhart, the other German, the better German. When they were still good.
Those bitches were just angry about the Jew situation. They were just mad.
And that's what I'm saying. So now, a French person who has all the theology that they stole from in the first place, because at the end of the day, Foucault is just a Jesuit, honestly. So now they're looking at these crazy German motherfuckers and they're like, look, dog, regardless of what motherfuckers believe, once they start relating these crazy ass networks that detach from reality, they imbue them in their heart and they're fucking unstoppable. So I understand why then a French, a philosophe, let's say, would be out here like, hey man, we need to give up all of our schemes and schemata. I get it. But I think the direction that they're just do that shit in France for sure. But don't try that shit in other places, especially where you're not fully understanding like where all the connections lie. But I mean, I'm just a bitch, like I was saying earlier. Thank you. You know what I mean? But Nietzsche's fucking mean, so fuck him.
Yeah, exactly. One thing was true about all of that. When you said the words, I'm just a bitch. That sounds about right.
You'll have to forgive him. He spent a long time in Colombia.
Please don't tell me you were above 5,000 feet sea level.
Pues claramente, huevón. ¿Qué te pasa? Por favor.
Does your mother know how to sew?
Mine?
We learned that yesterday. We learned that yesterday. Does your mother know how to sew? You taught us that.
Oh, yeah. Tu mamá sabe coser, que te cose esta, and then you get stabbed in the stomach 7 times in 5 seconds.
What the fuck?
That's a Colombian saying. They just pass you by and they stab you really quick, and then they just whisper in your ear, does your mom know how to sew? And then they keep walking.
So they're not even robbing a person?
No, Colombians don't kill for money. We have money. They kill for anger and resentment and hatred.
So that makes the last 20 cents make all the sense in the world, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I was just
Exactly.
about to say.
Exactly. Oh, so tell me more about your affinity for Nietzsche, please, bro. I would love to.
Hey, you know what's funny is I'm probably the poorest I've ever been in my life right now. No superiority complex whatsoever.
No, see, and I don't even dislike. I mean, we don't need to talk about Nietzsche. Like I said, I love you, bro. We'll save Nietzsche for another day.
I will say this. Before we get into a dark fucking hole, I just respect Nietzsche for his perspective on history and the way that he basically created horizontal ethics as opposed to vertical ethics. So he told Socrates and all of these idealists that were walking around during his time and just trying to make everything into science or some bullshit ass biology. He just said, "Fuck you guys. You guys are doing this based on your own ideals and beliefs. Go fuck yourselves. This is all made up. Ethics are made up. Your fucking ethics and morals are all made up."
So he was a fan of Ayn Rand, Nietzsche?
No, 2 different lines. No. 2 different people.
I thought that seems pretty consistent with both of them now.
Hey, he did steal that from Ayn Rand, bro.
Yeah, all these motherfuckers steal from Ayn Rand.
First.
Yes, American first. It's the Mormon view of philosophy. The Americans were here first.
I'm sorry, Anthony. I'm sorry. No. Oh, shit.
I like it. Horizontal ethics. We don't say those words anymore, sir.
How dare you? First of all, no one stole from Iran. Ayn Rand stole from everybody else. And then she said, oh, contractualism. Let's put that there, too. Fuck Ayn Rand.
Boom. America.
Yeah. Ayn Rand had it right. The objectivist ethics. It's all a conjugation.
No. All right, I'm leaving. Goodbye, you guys.
It's too sensitive for the space.
I can't. Look. And I haven't done the due diligence on Ayn Rand to like go into why and where I disagree with her, but it's just a vibe right now. You know what I mean? It's just like,
yo, have you ever seen her interviews with Pat Donahue? They're fucking amazing.
No, I have not.
Was this before she got really famous? I've seen them. I've seen snippets.
Dude, her interviews with Pat Donahue, and he's just sitting there fucking dumbfounded. There are 2 interviews that are funny. When Pat Donahue interviews Milton Friedman, it's embarrassing. And same thing with Ayn Rand. He just sitting there like dumbfounded. It's hilarious. I just didn't realize that Nietzsche got all of this stuff from Ayn Rand. I think it just points out how prolific she really was. You know,
So angry.
Boom.
She went backwards in time. That's how prolific she was, bro.
That makes sense to
she
me.
worked both ways.
Yo.
Can we put this out there in the metasphere internet verse where we say that Ayn Rand is actually Satoshi Nakamoto?
Yo. She is, though.
How do you say were, but in the future?
She were Satoshi Nakamoto. She were building Bitcoin.
You say supposedly.
So I think it's supposedly with a B, right? Isn't that the correct one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's Tupperware.
Supposedly. And you gotta say it with a sort of like a forward Jewish accent. Supposedly, what I heard, she did that.
You mean you gotta just completely dissect the whole inside of supposedly and just be like, supposedly.
Yeah, but you gotta add a little bit of Jewish tones on that, and then say the supposedly like you didn't mean it. Like supposedly, what I heard, I don't know, but supposedly.
Yeah, bro, I don't have the Caucasian enough in me to do any of those voices.
All right, well then you gotta use, the serious, bro talk. The fuck you want? You know what I mean? And then you gotta go. That's just me riffing. I wasn't sure if that was the right way.
And then you go up.
The
The
frat
fuck you
boy
want?
talk.
The fuck you
No, it
want?
was perfect.
No.
It was
Fuck
perfect.
you want?
No,
Fuck
Dan, you
want,
have
bitch.
melanated immunity around us. So you get to say whatever you want.
Oh, that's cool. Well, then I would change it up and say, "Who's got the hot wife? I'm here to fuck." You know what I mean? Like that's another way to start that conversation.
Yeah, see, that's better.
Exactly.
I'm here to penetrate your mind and your wife. Oh, sorry.
I don't think I'm really comfortable with this type of conversation here. This doesn't seem quite appropriate.
We can change it up. Dan, how were your meetings today? Did you have a good time today?
Yeah, I got a lot of stuff done, but then I had 2 calls that kind of didn't really happen. Anthony and I talked a little bit. Got to see his mug. He's like this tan motherfucker hanging out in L.A. He's got all these bitches around him and everything. He's like, "Hey, what's going on?" Like doing the startup shit. But that's cool. And then he talked to Michelle later, my partner, which is good. So she liked him, and she was like, "What the hell's with you? You're like the Pied Piper of finding hustlers." And I'm like, "I don't know, man. They show up, out of the woodwork." But no, good stuff there. And then talked to Amy, got a demo of her platform, and talked about how we could help her and whatnot. So that's cool. Yeah, I talked to some VC. A lot of interesting people just kind of show up on the radar today. Talked to an old gal I haven't talked to in ages. Just trying to help her out. Yeah, everyone's hustling and everyone in different states of the crunch. It's the other thing too is that not everyone's doing well. So just kind of making it easier for people to help them out without asking for too much of anything. Had to step into a couple places where I often go faster than people would like.
That's what she said.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, baby, how you doing? Oh, that was awesome. What you got? What do you got in the fridge? You got any food in? You got any lunch? What's going on? Look, I know you're not satisfied. Look, that's why I got you this cat. Look at that tail. It's amazing. You know what I mean?
Dude, Dan's the type that he'll finish and have the other person be like, that was a good one, honey. I need a cigarette.
No, man, you can't get me to shut up about it. That's my problem. I'm fucking, it's like storyboarding, directing, everything. All right, coming down to the thigh right now. We're coming into the labia. What do you think? It's not the labia. I don't know. Whatever it's called, going into the clitoris. How you doing? Oh, pretty good. You can't stop narrating. Hold on. Going in the clitoris. Over into the clitoris. Sliding into the lower first place. How are we doing? Pretty good. Shut up. All right, and that's what so, no, man. I need help in that space. But startups. Not a problem. I can tell you how 2 startups fuck. Yeah, I can give you that slow by slow. Slowly, the venture capitalist pulled down his pants and brought out his A round. Oh my god, I've never seen so much seed. You right, you haven't. I'm gonna load you in and fill you full. Are you coming in with 500? Absolutely. All right. You know what I mean? It's like, there's that part, and then I have a friend. Come on, I'm saying I used to have his friend, and he'll hear this and be like, "Fuck you, we're friends." I'm like, "Yeah, I know we're still friends." I have a friend that he used to always kick the girl off out of the bed at 1 in the morning. He'd be like, "Yeah, after that, hey, she's got to go, man. I gotta make room for my dog." I'm like, "Dude, you have like this like I don't know 4-inch terrier." I'm like, "Your dog, your dog doesn't take any fucking room." I get it,
Bro,
man. Like,
this is real.
yeah.
This is real.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was totally a player back then. We were working at Starbucks together. And I know you're like, Dan, you worked at Starbucks? Yes, I did. There was a time when I was between careers, not knowing what the fuck I was doing in the early 2000s. And,
Bro,
you
you
know,
gotta explain, bro. I used to work in the garden section at Home Depot.
yeah, you got to get insurance or whatnot. So
Exactly. You
it
gotta
was actually great
explain.
because I learned a lot of my slapstick at Starbucks because I could test on people when they walk in. I did all kinds of things and me and my friend Dave, we were always working together. We would do things like two guys who were arguing. You know what I mean? Like, get the milk. If you fucking tap that, I'm gonna tap that. You wouldn't tap. Like we would start that back there just because we were bored and we loved getting reactions from people. And then we would always go to Bob Evans, which is like this chain for breakfast and lunch and dinner or whatever. And one of the things that's annoying about Bob Evans is they check on you every 5 minutes. Like they come right back to your table. After a while, I get a little annoyed at that. So I started making things up. So right when they get to the table, that's when you say something that could be overheard. Interesting. Like they arrive, and I'd be like, I don't know. I just told her I want the kids. Yeah, I'll take some more coffee. You know what I mean? It's like you drop a line like, oh, they're divorced. They're gonna get his kid. You know what I mean? Like they kind of come into, I don't know. They don't mean to sort of listen in, but we just had a blast doing that. And then we got really into that and started going to restaurants and doing that for fun, just because it was really cool to see different reactions from people, especially in the uptight places where if you talked about anything, you know, anti-religious or whatnot, you just got a lot of views. So yeah, good fun stuff. Anyway, what you put up? You know what I mean? What you roll over? What, do you want to go with the B round? Yeah, absolutely. I want to go all C. Well, fucking A. Yeah, I brought a couple LPs in here. Oh, shit, I'm getting double P. Oh, yeah, tell double LP for you, baby. That's what it's so terrible. Of course, the funny thing is that's not a girl. That's a guy. And not a problem. You don't mind if I put two or three LPs in it? Not at all. Is this all for the A round? Yeah, we're just going to stuff everyone in your anus. Is that cool? Please do. I'd love to get the investment. I mean, it's like, no, I don't recommend anyone do that. But if you want to make fun of it, please do.
It's almost like the IPO is the pink sock of the whole scenario.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the IPO is that's kind of like the official.
You guys are fucking disgusting, by the way.
Dude,
I'm not even laughing at that.
why
You
did
guys are.
you say the pink sock? Like, why couldn't you just said like, why does it have to be? That's like a disturbing amount of detail.
I'm just thinking, this is the retail guillotine writ large, right? So
The IPO is more like the prenup conversion. That's what the IPO is.
oh my
The
god.
prenup matures to the point of conversion.
Jeez. The prenup? So what's Series C then?
The prenup is the terms of the VC and the IPO people for your said relationship startup. And then when your prenup matures correctly and untimely, you are separated in a relationship in many ways. As the company is pump and dumped, or whatnot. It's interesting. That's a fun analogy. Kind of makes you think about all the other things. So what's like an unwanted pregnancy? That would be sort of like it's almost like the founder that is leaving you with some of the IP. You're like, yeah, we got a problem. What's going on? We got a founder leaving us. Oh shit, man! You got another founder pregnant. Oh, it's one of our own. Dude, you got a partner pregnant? Yeah. What happened? Well, they're leaving. What's an issue? Not usually, but.
Well, I mean,
That
now,
gave me an idea. They need to put sperm banks on the blockchain.
I was thinking that, like, wow. Yeah, the illegitimate child sometimes is the illegitimate child these days. You know what I mean? It's not even like you don't even need an analogy. It's like, no, there's actually an affair with an illegitimate child, and that's as much as part of the prenup as anything, right? Even Jeff Bezos left the wife, right? Maybe the marriage is the last thing to fall.
Well, I mean, predispositioned or preconditioned. I mean, that's I definitely think that can apply to a lot of things, especially when it comes to money, especially when it comes to security and feeling like you have the room.
I've never seen so much seed. Dan Rockwell.
He's just splurging with knowledge.
Sounds like the incubator is like a strip club where they're just like fucking dollar billing the whole floor.
That's what Y Combinator is. Just like a brothel, strip club, all in one. Be a good show. Be a good show for like, a gal that has a brothel, going on hard times, has like a son that comes back. The one that was like too radical, right? Son comes home, business is tight, recession's bad. Son's like, screw it, let's build a co-working space and a brothel together, right? Brilliant idea. Scope Club takes off. They call it the Y Combinator Ranch. It's in a big lawsuit, but that gets us the Silicon Valley, connection piece. And then, I don't know where it goes from there, but.
Yeah, I like it. The co-working space by WeTwork.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. Which is funny because don't they get taken over by SoftBank, which is a weird mix of. They were SoftBank the whole time. I want to congratulate Zach on really coming to in tune with his emotional center crystal journey he's been on. Good for you, Zach. It's hard to embrace that side.
I'm going to gouge your eyes out with a spoon the next time I ever see you in person.
Has he finally found his spiritual self?
Was
Is
it
he finally there?
Was it a black amethyst crystal, Zach?
The thing is, Zach doesn't understand that he and I are energies, and when our energies combine, there are things that happen that sound weird.
I hate all of you. And the first time we ever meet in person, I'm going to make everyone in the syndicate work out with me, and you're all going to fucking die.
If death means that you and I can have our energies touching each other, then I'm all for it.
No, I just learned a very interesting fact here 2 seconds ago. So I didn't know that Sand Hill Road was this whole like venture capital, like center of the universe kind of thing. Well, Sand Hill in my world is the center of the one station unit training for the U.S. Army's infantry soldiers. So, like, when I hear Sand Hill, and I've been hearing Sand Hill, I immediately thought Fort Benning, Georgia, and where our souls go to die, when in reality it is where souls go to die, just on the other side of the country. So, there's a fun fact for you.
You're a military. Do you have you read David Goggins' book, Can't Hurt Me?
Front, back, cover twice.
Yeah, dude, it's a really good book. Yeah, man. He's always talking about taking souls, staying hard as fuck all the time, no matter what. But still be a good person, you know. David Goggins, solid dude.
Can we anti-David Goggins just like we anti-Tainted? Is there anything that we can build there? Can Zach
create
be the anti-Goggins?
Just create the laziest piece of shit person ever that you still
exactly
that still gets results. Like I like just rock hard abs and just like six pack. I haven't left the couch in 6 days. Fuck working out. You can have this body too if you just don't do shit. Stuff like that.
Yeah, David Groggy, they call him.
I'm an ultra marathoner. I can watch TV for 7 days straight.
Yeah. The David Goggins has caused several medical issues amongst individuals who like suddenly went, oh, I'm going to go do 100-mile race on Saturday and I haven't trained ever. I've actually never gotten out of the house and walked further than a mile, but I'm going to go do 100 miles and they end up in the hospital. So,
those people are
David Goggins' fault.
Those people are obviously punk ass bitches.
The dude in his book literally was just like, yeah, I was super too heavy and the furthest I ever ran was like 5 miles. And I just, on Saturday, did 100 miles with broken feet and broken shins. Like, he normalizes this, like, unrealistic. Most of the Navy SEALs
you didn't read the book, bro. You didn't read the book. It does not say that.
You want? Okay, ready? All right.
Dude, it doesn't say that, bro. He literally describes in the book his journey and like how he was able to get to becoming an ultra marathon runner. He doesn't say. He doesn't go.
I am grabbing the book right now, and I will tell you the fucking page it's on.
All right, tell me the page. Tell me the page.
Yeah.
I'm waiting.
I mean, it's like a 400 fucking page book. Give me a fucking minute here.
You can have all the time you want. I mean, I didn't perceive it that way, at least.
My question is,
yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say like.
You want to know what? Anthony and Super had a fucking fight about philosophical philosophy. We're having a fucking fight about hardcore motherfuckers. Here we go.
We're not fighting, bro. We're having a cordial dispute.
That's how Latino shows love to each other, Zach.
Gentlemen, bro.
You're too white. Too white.
Exactly, bro.
I thought Zach was Spanish.
Hola.
Zachariah, yeah. Zachariah.
Yeah, man, he fits right in.
The hard H. Hola. Ha, ha, hola.
Hola, Jovito. I think it goes, right?
My music banging like Vatos Locos, got rap in the chokehold and won't surrender it with beats by Timberlake. Cállate la boca, my mommy, all I wanna do is know you.
Fucking kill me. Kill me now.
Look, Jay-Z is everything Nietzsche couldn't be. Jay-Z is the Superman.
Man is a bridge between Animal and Jay-Z.
Hey, bro, whenever you write it, I'm buying it. I buy in.
All I gotta say is when y'all were talking about those philosophers and how you were relating their experiences back in the day to today. All I gotta say is, I want the old Kanye.
That is also a shame, bro. And the
Fresh out the hood Kanye. Fresh out the hood
Kanye.
My
gosh.
What happened to Kanye? That should be a
Kardashian.
That should be a question.
He became He became a better artist.
Wow.
His mom dying had a big effect on him too.
I do believe
Hey,
that
that
for
part.
sure.
Yo,
That
you're
part.
right about that,
Yo,
dude.
808s and heartbreaks. I mean,
Right,
you know,
dude.
that said it
You know
all.
what though? The music is still fire. I don't care what anyone says.
That's what I'm trying to say. Look, all due
It
respect to
really
all parties
is.
involved, he got better, and I
But look,
think that it's
I
the
don't care what
incorrect
anyone
take.
says.
No, he did get better. I'm not gonna lie. He evolved,
I
bro.
got bipolar with the guy. Like that's how good he is. I stepped into the darkness with him.
Yo, that explains why I've been so happy lately. Like Kanye's happy, so I'm happy.
Yeah, you got to go back to the golf shirts, right? He was like, you know, it's funny because when he came out, he was like, he was the only person smiling in photos, right? Now it's like completely the opposite. Now he's like Batman-ish.
I wouldn't doubt it. He's a billionaire saving the world. I think this is the correct
That's
take.
right. Heavy weighs the crown. Yeah, you're right. He is the. Is he the most influential black person on the planet? One up?
Since 2001.
You know?
Absolutely.
Yeah, right. If politics is downstream from culture, right? Absolutely. Yeah, people make fun of him, but those, you know what's interesting? Yo, did you see the Mace interviews that have come out recently? They're crazy.
I have not.
Yo, the Mace interviews are mad. People are like, yo, this guy stole his money from me. He's like, oh, really? I gave that guy $750,000 and I gave him back 30% of his publishing. Exactly what did I steal? And it's like, yo, this guy's been sitting on the truth for 20 years just waiting for somebody to talk out of line.
Dang. Wait, who? May said this about who?
I have to look it up. I'll send you the thing. But it's good.
Bro, the whole reason that freaking that P Diddy and all those guys blew up, I feel like it was because of Mace. Mace, dude. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Remember that song? Guess who's back? Remember that song, dude? Dude, Mace was the.
Welcome
Yeah.
back, Carter. Welcome back to the same old place. Is that song you're talking about?
Yeah, I think that was Lil
Yeah,
Wayne
it's
actually.
welcome back, Carter.
I think that was Lil Wayne. Yeah.
You M dot F dot.
I can't wait to hear their hip hop album by Dan. That's gonna be fucking bonkers.
Hey,
The hip hop as
it
the
all
weatherman.
reminds me of Black Alicious.
I want to hear the hip hop weatherman. That'd be fucking amazing.
Bro, Dan is the white Kanye. Like he's that good.
Wanye.
White Kanye. Whoa.
The Wanye. The
Dan
Wanye.
is the Black Kanye.
I want to redo that one song he does Power, and instead of doing Power, it's like Venture. You know, and instead
Hey, yes. Venture.
I would say that Dan is more like a white chameleonaire.
Nah, man, Chameleonaire did not cuss, bro. That is an unfair description of Dan.
I don't hear Dan cuss very much.
I want to hear sort of the rap and all the different accents, you know.
I've found the page 183.
Yes.
20 minutes later.
Yes.
Take a
Get
picture.
fucked, Mr. Rogers.
Read it to me, bro. Read it to me, Zach.
Sorry.
I want to hear it come off your lips.
Cocky bastards like me who feel like they can push the limits safely because they've done a couple of hell weeks, right? Well, I hadn't done this exactly. I hadn't run 100 miles with zero training. Had anyone in the history of mankind ever attempted something so fucking foolish? Could it be done? Sure. Iterations of that one simple question slid like a digital ticker in my brain screen. Bloody thought bubbles floated through my skin. I was going to make it.
Boom.
You can't just sit there and say, "Oh."
Yeah, but he wasn't fat, bro. That dude was already fucking skinny.
Hey, you said he didn't read the book,
dude
Doc.
was 250 fucking pounds. He was a saw gunner. There's no fucking way he could be a saw gunner in the Navy SEALs now at the weight he was, or the weight he is. Fuck no. He's not shoulder
Dude, so you're
firing
telling
that
me,
bitch.
so you're telling me that he didn't just go fucking cold turkey straight into that. You were saying that he got people to get off the fucking couch. This guy's been training. He
The
just did that
dude
shit
ran his first 100 miles with zero training. Zero.
Zero training for the 100 miles. But he was still in shape. You're talking about like just regular old fat ass and getting off the.
Oh my god.
Nah. Bro, it was in the book, dog.
There's a lot of
Zach
fucking
just went
Navy
real.
SEALs.
It was
There's
in the
a lot
book.
of fucking Navy SEAls that they are not marathon runners. They're meant to just do their one specific job, whatever tool that is. If it's a saw gunner, which he was the pig. He even says in his book. Do I need to find that page? He fires over the pig. He has to be big as fuck.
If the Syndicate ever gets into a war, Zach is gonna put us all into fucking shape with that drill sergeant voice, bro. He's gonna drill us into the fucking ground. We're gonna become a fucking army.
I mean, I still disagree with him, but you know, it is what it is. You're not gonna sway my opinion. I mean, I read the fucking book too. Maybe your interpretation is different from mine, but it is what it is.
Sola Scriptura. Oh shit! All the schisms happen here.
It's funny because Zach, I really thought you were getting somewhere with your energy work, but the crystals.
You've really fallen behind.
My gosh.
You've really fallen behind, Zach.
Yeah, you got to burn some stage and some time. Can you imagine? Oh man! Sometimes I'm in a space with Zach, and I know the conversation is making him fucking bonkers, and it kind of like it makes me laugh inside sometimes.
It's funny because I do the same. I listen and I see when somebody specifically comes into the room, and I'm just thinking Zach. I'm sending him claps. I'm sending him claps and LOLs.
I start messaging him in the background. I'm like, "Isn't this amazing, Zach? Aren't you so glad to be a part of this?" All right. And he's like, "I'm about to spoon my own eyes out."
I don't like David Goggins. I think his book is cool. I think sure, I respect that he was a Navy SEAL, but my two friends that are SEALs fucking hate him. But that's neither here nor there.
So I
mean, if you don't like him, that's different.
Well, I think that he plays up his I'm a Navy SEAL thing, and how do I say this? The space is being recorded. His record as a SEAL is questionable.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand from a military point of view, but like, this guy's trying to be like a motivational speaker and like get people to get off their asses and change their life around and shit. And I don't see anybody else doing it. So he's doing it, and it's making people have better lives and have better self-care for themselves. So, I don't see an issue with it. It's cool, even if it's fabricated a little bit. It's all good. People are doing shit. He has testimonials of people losing shit tons of weight, bettering their lives financially, doing a bunch of shit. So hey, dude, that's more power to David Goggins. That dude's a fucking beast because he's out there actually changing people's lives and shit. So it's cool with me.
I wonder if when David Goggins was a fat piece of shit, if he was just really sensitive and really nice, and getting skinny just made him a horrible person.
He just wants to have a slice of pizza, I think. And it's I imagine like it's one of those things where he buys the pizza and stares at it for discipline, that kind of thing. He just like opens it up and he'll smell it, feel like, and just stare at it until it becomes cold. Be like, I won.
I will say that I don't like his style of I don't know what to call it, like hustle porn or like fit porn or whatever the fuck it is, but it's definitely some kind of porn. You know what I mean?
It's like Nietzsche porn.
I'll show you fucking Nietzsche porn tonight, Matthias.
Bro, there's an ass for every seat. There's literally a fucking ass for every seat, bro. Like, what doesn't work for you will work for someone else. You just gotta accept it for what it is and just appreciate it for what he's doing. I mean, yeah, his tactics might be a little off base sometimes, but it's working. You know, you know what I mean. Like, everybody has their own way of motivating people and doing shit. So
Wait,
Yeah, there's
Nietzsche
this.
or Goggins?
I think he's talking about Goggins.
Sorry.
There's just
Goggins.
the
Nietzsche too,
Mr.
bro. Nietzsche too. Nietzsche. I don't even know
Nah,
Nietzsche, but
Fuck you,
fuck
Mr.
him,
Rogers.
dog.
Anthony
Fuck you,
fucks
Mr.
with
Rogers.
Nietzsche.
Exactly.
Anthony fucks with Nietzsche. Hey,
There's-
Anthony fucks with Nietzsche. He must be a good dude.
Can I be honest with you guys? I'm gonna say this. There's a very specific type of energy in this room tonight, and we're all matching it, and I love it.
Hey, Matthews. I
Yes,
just
sir.
had the very anti-David Goggins vote. My friend just topped off a bunch of bottle of wine. We cracked every open bottle in the place and had samples. So, fuck that guy.
I think that's fair as fuck.
I wonder if Zach's crystals are shaking right now on his pedestal altar for spiritualism.
I literally just walked into my fucking home gym because y'all are fucking. Oh, I'm so fucking vivid right now. I'm about to lift heavy things and throw them around this fucking bitch.
Yo, I saw the tire in your place. I'm like, yo, this guy's a tire in that thing.
Dude, tires are fucking great workouts, bro. Go flip a fucking tire. Go get a tractor tire. Go flip that, like, well, I don't know if you could flip a 500-pound one, but even like the little like 100 or like 200-pound ones, dude, your freaking ass will be burning, bro. Do that shit for like 100 yards. Oh, woo! Get a nice, real nice, good burn on them gluteus maximuses,
In my head, I imagine there's like that George Costanza photo when he was in his underwear and like posing on the couch. I just imagine that with Mr. Raj.
You imagine me fucking lifting the tire like that in my
No,
undies?
no, it's the George Costanza. You know, the one who when he's on the couch. I just imagined you on the couch there.
Bro, I'm still
see that.
fucking driving. I wish I was. Dude, and no lie.
George Costanza is from Joni Loves Chachi, right?
I Love Lucy, I think it was. Yeah.
Anyways, hey, no lie. That's exactly how I'm gonna be when I get home. I'm gonna get down to my skimpies, take a shower, put some undies on, and fucking
Ditto.
lay back on the couch,
Boom.
in my underwear, bro, and watch some fucking TV.
And then you have to do the hand thing like Married with Children. Right? Hand in the pants.
It honestly that helps with directing blood flow to the balls. I am pro just rest the energy from your palms on your nuts.
Dude, no, you don't. You do that so you can every 10 minutes you freaking slowly take it out and take a whiff. Don't lie. Don't lie.
I think I bet you that boosts testosterone production, bro. Or maybe the opposite is true, because if you don't do that, I'm trying to get my T levels to your level, Mr. Rogers.
That's called natural immunity. Yeah.
Boom.
Mm-hmm.
I wait till I get yeast infections on my inner thighs, then I do that, bro. Just so I could strengthen I could strengthen my lung capacity. Like I'm really out here breathing fungal products and surviving.
They don't even use fucking smelling salts anymore. They just use your fucking duck butter.
I don't even faint. I literally don't faint. I can't.
Is that the afterword from Anti-Fragile? It's like he gives you the secret at the end of the book. You don't forget all this shit. Just like sniff your nuts a little bit, and you'll be fine. Yeah, Taleb, sniff your nuts.
Boom. Antifragile.
How is that guy doing, anyways? Is he okay, Taleb?
I mean, I'll tell you.
I'm lost, so I have no idea. You know.
What I've seen, what I've realized is that. I'm sorry, I couldn't. I lost it. Yeah, I had it.
Jesus, Matthias. If this was fucking this was Nietzsche territory, you'd be burned, bro.
Yeah, fuck, man.
No
Yeah,
room for the
exactly.
weak.
Because the thing about Nietzsche. Anyway. Yeah.
Let
You
me
know me,
find
bro.
the Nietzsche quote from Wilhelm Reich.
I'm about to log
Is
off.
it the one where he says that Matthias is a bit? No, I'm kidding. That's the politics of resentment. No?
Where is it? Lucid Truth. Oh yeah.
The politics of resentment.
You remember this one, Matthias, the murder of Christ? I asked you to read it once.
Yup.
What do you say about Nietzsche?
That he was a bitch.
Yeah, it kind of did say that, actually. It was the end of the first paragraph. I swear to God. It's close to the top.
Little bitch ass, sad ass motherfucker out here looking at beautiful ass paintings, looking at Baroque buildings, and fucking sad that no one remembers the course of the sim. Get the fuck out of here. But he did nail Christianity on the head. And he was like, your image of Christianity is why I hate you guys. But you guys aren't even that. Like, you're out here starting wars in the Middle East. He literally said that. He said that. I was like,
He
fuck.
actually did say that, yeah.
He actually, I was like, bro, is this fucking 1989? Is this 2001? How the fuck?
That's a
And
burned book
that's
from
when I knew that
1949.
he was responsible for all wars in the world. It's his fault.
Hey, Anthony,
Bullshit.
you know why you like Wilhelm Reich? Because he was the understudy of Freud.
Boom. Aren't we all, dog? Shit, man.
From Ayn Rand to Nietzsche to B.F. Skinner to Wilhelm Reich.
I want to kill myself right now.
That's okay.
Hey,
It's because
bro,
that's what philosophy leads you to.
Foucault gave the political history of the Freudian. I'm sorry.
I like it. It's like time travel philosophy.
I don't know. Hey, bro, I think my T levels are dropping. What the
Yo,
fuck is going on? I can't even.
I'm gonna say this right now. If the French win the World War, Camus and Nietzsche and Foucault don't even exist.
Bah, 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 bah. We would
They don't even exist. In fact, they have different opinions than they had the wars turned out differently.
Hey, no lie though, but when they lost looking fucking fly as fuck.
They lost. And that's the thing, bro. That's the sad reality is, they're over here like, oh, well, if we could lose, everybody loses. And it's like, no,
just letting you guys know. I'm just letting you guys know that. Nietzsche is actually Austrian. So,
German, Austrian.
You feel me?
Excuse me. Nietzsche's actually Austrian.
Excuse me. Actually.
I mean, look. I only know them all as Prussia. Okay, call me old fashioned.
Right.
All right. Maybe I'm just, and maybe I did Wikipedia that shit real quick, but who gives a fuck, dog? The reality is that Nietzsche's German hoe ass.
Hey, Matthias, you know who else was Nietzschean? Zapata.
Is that the guy who was? It was like the guitarist guy, Frank Zapata.
Yes,
that's Frank Zappa.
Sure,
damn it,
that's Frank Zappa, bro.
Okay.
That's same guy.
He looks Spanish.
Listen here, damn man, that was actually fire. And if Zapata was influenced by Nietzsche, I think that's beautiful. But right now, we're talking about the difference between theory and practice. Nietzsche died fucking a horse. Zapata died riding one into battle on his feet. Yeah, I should have said that. Fuck!
Dumbass. Fucking dumbass.
All right, I gotta log off. Yeah, nah. I'm not on, bro.
No, this whole interaction is. It's funny because this whole interaction is kind of the Hegelian dialectic, one after another, when you think about it.
All right, I'm logging off.
It's a lurching forward.
Stop.
I think it was so Hegelian that we made Dan leave. Thanks, Matios. Fuck.
He was fucking.
Y'all are
Dan, come
terrible
back.
workout music.
It's cause Nietzsche, Zach. It's
Give him
cause
some.
Nietzsche.
Give him some workout music, Matthias.
Dude,
Don't you just love being the voice that makes Zach hot and bothered?
You know, when it comes to leadership, there's things that I think about, like it starts with L, but L kind of starts with an E if you sound it out. So
You
what is
know,
leadership?
boom.
Boom. Like,
You
I hope
see,
that's motivating, Zach.
the thing with, like, I hear what you're saying, Zach, and I totally agree with it. Like, everything, I love it.
Oh,
But
fuck.
Like crystals
Can
give you
we
the
can we
energy.
just have a space once a week for the syndicate that's not recorded so that I can actually
yes,
say how I feel?
every time I open the space, I think about not recording it. Believe me. But I think, yeah, that should be a regular occurrence.
You'd have a different Zach in the room, trust me.
Fantastic. We can save up for it. But until then, so we've been talking a lot about discipline, and I don't really live with discipline all my life. I kind of sometimes don't do discipline, and then, a lot of times it bites me in the ass a lot. But the whole point is that if you just burn time, you can make jerk chicken. You just don't have to use any of the spices.
This sounds like every date that I've been on since I've been back in California for the past year and a half.
I've been talking to Matteo, so he's been teaching me the ways. He has a great
light
accent.
my fucking
Dude,
house on fire.
have you heard Matteos's Californian laugh? It's spot
Let's
on.
hear it. Let's hear it. Is it the one he already has? Because he does sound white as fuck.
I didn't want to tell you guys this because it's off brand, but I'm actually white.
Makes sense.
Dun dun dun.
You don't say, bro. You're a fucking Chad, bro? Are you a fucking Chad, bro? Yeah, are you a fucking Chad, bro?
I'm just trying to take my place in the Nietzschean hierarchy so I can more appropriately translate his works into the future.
We're going to have to put something new in the fucking nest because Nietzsche is spelled wrong. That's just pissing me off.
Oh, I changed it to
That's
Frank
exactly how
Lacazette.
you spell it. I love Nightskate. I
So
prefer to
Zach,
call him
what
Freddie.
are you doing? What's Zach doing?
Excellent.
Zach's fucking pounding the weights, bro.
We've been talking a lot about plans, strategies, and tactics, and a lot of left brain kind of approaches. I want to say, a little left brained. We used to think that logic could lead us into the best scenario, but kind of if you look at radical emergence and, Kaufman, he points out that the swim bladder emerged in a way that couldn't be prestated by the preconditions set forward by the Earth. So the biosphere is kind of creating its own space of possibilities.
Yo.
What? Yeah.
The reality is if you want to manifest the right energy, you have to astral project yourself into the future.
Facts.
Yo, I fucks with that, bro. I be looking at my future self and I'm like, yes, get that fucking Kit Kat bar at the gas station.
I fixed the spelling of Nietzsche.
Alaskoshi's in the room again. That guy, I like that guy. What a nice guy.
Anthony, how tall are you?
7'3". No, I'm exactly 6 foot.
Oh, okay. That's not too deep of a hole I have to dig to bury you.
Nice.
I was gonna make an army joke, but then I realized I'm not in the military, so I can't do that.
No, go ahead. I would like to hear it.
Damn.
He just wants fuel.
That's
I'm not
a
gonna
trap,
fuel you.
bro. That's a
Fucking
trap.
trap.
Let's
Recon.
let's
I'm
just
fucking
pretend for a
terrified.
minute while I'm sitting here waiting. Let's just pretend for a minute I'm not in the army, and let me hear a funny joke, Anthony.
Staying quiet. I'm sorry.
I've seen
I
this scene
apologize.
before.
Come on, Anthony, just say the joke, bro. Come on. Zach's waiting.
It's not even funny anymore. Like, now I'm just gonna fucking die. You guys aren't gonna hear from me for the next fucking 3 months, and then you're gonna find out that some Mexican kid in the middle of the Californian desert was found in the fucking dirt.
I got you, bro. I got you. I'll protect you against Zach.
Don't
We're good,
worry,
bro.
Anthony. Someone will say,
We're
"Does your
good.
mom know how to sew first?"
Well, at least you get the warning. It's better than most.
But in English, because I feel like it would be more insulting that way.
Yeah, you have to lean in to it. Does your mother happen to sew? You know, like
Could she sew this?
yeah. How might one sew? Oh man. Yo, these past few days have been it's been terrible and hilarious. Does that make sense? In equal measure.
Yes, I would talk all about how awful and hilarious it was if the space wasn't fucking recorded, Mike.
Yeah. Oh man, I can't wait to do the unrecorded space. The unrecorded space is gonna be fucking bonkers, bro.
Why is that? Why is that? That's so weird. I don't know. I guess I just don't care. I don't give two fucks about what I say. So,
Yeah, but you're 6'9".
bro, I'm 6'5", bro. Come on, 6'5", 6'5". Come on, shut up.
Yeah,
6'9",
but like,
fucking
didn't you say you
over
like?
the Great Khali, bro.
But didn't you? Well, kind of. Aren't you? Didn't you say you're like 245?
No, dude, I'm fucking 299.
Whoa. See, that's what I mean. No wonder you give no shits. You fucking like pinch someone to death.
Yeah, but I'm what I'm more scared of. I'm not even scared of people. I'm scared of fucking people hiding behind computers, trying to freaking, take pics of me taking a shit.
Come after your Solana wallet.
Not really. As long as they
Yeah.
can monetize it, we're good. If you're gonna
Look,
take pictures, you're gonna put it out there. Just monetize it, bro. At least give me a
yo,
cut.
just give me some of the royalties.
Exactly, bro. Give me some of the fucking royalties. If you're gonna freaking monetize it, and you're gonna put me out there, hey, just make me little OnlyFans. Just slide me some under the table, and we're good. Oh, you could even freaking deep fake me into something. You know what I mean?
What's OnlyFans in Spanish?
Solo fans.
Mr. Rogers, were you a football player? Did you play college sports or anything like that?
Nah, I was just a big for nothing bomb.
Oh,
I'm fucking with you, bro. I did play sports. I
Okay.
did play sports.
I'm like I when he said you were like, oh yeah, you're like 6'5", I was like, no fucking way. And then I opened this picture above, and you're like fucking over the door frame, and I was like, oh fuck, that's a big dude.
Yeah, dude. I played defensive tackle at a university nearby. But unfortunately, I herniated 3 discs in my lower back because they got me like way too big, way too fast. I was when I went into college, I was weighing like 225, and I was like 6'5", so I was pretty skinny. And then They got me up to like 270, 280. And then my sophomore year, I was at 315, but we were doing like 80% of our max for like deadlifts and stuff. So I was doing like, I had like 600, 700 pounds on the bar for like, they were making us do it for like reps, for like 7, 8 reps of strength and conditioning coaches. And I tweaked my back, fucked it up. And then we had a live scrimmage, twisted my back up. I was paralyzed for about 10 minutes, couldn't play no more. So couldn't really do much after that. But yeah, but now I'm just fucking huge trying to get rid of the weight. But it was fucking hard. It was hard to, it's hard to get rid of the weight when you get so massive at like a certain point. Because I was so athletic and back then, they were making me do so much shit. And now I'm just kind of hovering. But I mean, I don't look bad. I don't feel bad either. I feel good.
I'm looking for a video of Tu mamá sabe coser.
Did you say mama sabe matusa?
Is that a kind of burrito? I've never ordered that.
It's pretty good. It's one where you end up killed by the guy on the motorcycle that drives by and killed you for $5,000.
Don't they call it the bicicleta?
No, te mandó la de la moto, weón. Te mandó la de la moto. They call it the moto, the motorcycle.
Yeah, bro. And during the day, bro, they're fucking delivery drivers delivering pizzas and shit. And then they get that phone call real quick. They pop open that freaking flip phone. They fucking look in the freaking bag. They pull out the Uzi and they're like, vamos, way, vamos, cabrón. And they fucking go. Then they just, real quick, everybody screams, ah! Then you hear on the news that freaking somebody's gone. So sad, bro. So sad. And then they go back to work, bro, like nothing. Going back to delivering tortas and shit. You know what I mean?
Oh my god, that's the most dystopian future ever, where it's like Uber drive-bys. You know?
Uber drive-by, bro. Not even. Have you seen those fucking Waymo vans? Have you seen
No,
those
what's that?
yet?
No.
Dude, it's a fucking self-driving like van. Like they literally have nobody inside of them anymore.
Oh, it's a
And they're
Google
like,
thing, right? Waymo?
I think it was purchased by Amazon actually,
Gotta trim out. I thought Waymo was Google.
or is it Google? I'm not 100% sure, but all I know is that I seen one driving in front of me, and I'm not gonna lie. If that technology they perfect that shit, I'm buying it. I want to freaking sit in the back and freaking not do shit and just get to my destination and then just have a little toy on the side that I want to freaking just mess around with on the weekends. But dude, it looked so good.
Whoa.
Dude. That thing drove so nice. Like that thing was driving like my grandpa, but like fast.
So what I'm reading is that, yeah, so it's owned by Alphabet, and it started carrying on March 30th, 2022. It had started carrying employees in electric Jaguar I-Pace SUVs without human backup drivers.
Isn't that what Foxconn is working on, or they're working on something? I think they're just working on like mini electric vans, though. I don't think they're. I mean, I'm sure they'll be self-driving, but
Well, it's just interesting that like they used to have someone like back at head office to like port in. So like most of the terrain the truck might drive would be straight, but the idea was that you would have a human person to kind of chime in when it was like rocky terrain. So these are ones without a backup.
you know what's really insane? So last week, Saturday, I was listening to you guys, and then I went back down to Listener, and then I got in my car. I was driving, and there's a main highway that splits off to two highways. So there's this dump truck fully loaded right in front of me, and there's this red Jeep on the left, and there was a blown out tire from a tractor trailer. The Jeep swerved and didn't see this dump truck, and this guy swerved. The tires didn't come off the ground, but it was close. He swerved like he was in a F1 race car, and he was making a move. And the whole thing, I watched the whole thing like sway, And I tried catching up to him, but he was doing like 75. I wanted to give him thumbs up because whatever move he pulled, I don't think I could have seen that happening. Maybe if the self-driving technology is like fast enough, but I mean the move this guy did, I think you got to be a human to do that because
Dude, no,
thousands.
dude. Have you seen Tesla's the way that Tesla has their freaking accident prevention system set up? Dude, those things catch accidents before they even happen.
Yeah,
It's
my
like fucking
brother-in-law has a Plaid, so I he's doing all right for himself. That guy, I ain't worried about him. But yeah, he's got a Plaid. So
yeah, and like I have a so like I don't even have a plaid Tesla, but you know, even like the vehicle I have a minivan. Well, it's not a minivan, it's like a I call it the man van, okay? It's a Ford Transit Connect passenger van. It's like the cargo vans that Amazon uses, the little mini ones. But that thing is beautiful. I love it. It packs like all my whole family in there comfortably. But anyway, that's besides the point. That thing has pre-collision warning system in it, and it works pretty fucking good. I'm not gonna lie. Like I have to do like obviously I'm the one that has to like maneuver out of the way, but you know it's literally within like because it's only like a split second, dude. Like a split second to make a decision, but within that split second, I have more than enough time to make like a move over or like do anything as soon as that freaking it comes on and starts flashing and yelling at me and telling me that I'm about to get into a wreck. But it works pretty decent. So I can only imagine that it's going to be so much more better. Like I'm for self-driving vehicles, just because it takes away a lot of the stresses of leaving the home and have to worry about other freaking drivers, freaking because I'm not worried about myself. I'm worried about all the other people that that don't know how to drive and that are in a rush and that are trying to do stuff. And if there's technology out there that can help me minimize the amount of exposure that I have to those type of people just from an algorithm or some sort of sensor that can detect these things before it happens, dude, that just puts me at peace of mind. Because what happens if I'm not with my family and somebody's driving like a freaking jackass and they cause my wife to get into a car accident with my two kids in the car? So that technology, dude, people can be against it, but I'm just all for the safety of my family, and if they can, help prevent, us getting into a really bad car accident, especially because I live on the I-35 corridor, which is the deadliest highway system in the freaking United States. Especially because I live on this corridor, it's gonna be it's gonna be a game changer, and I think that most travels in like 20 years is gonna be done by self-driving cars. But that's just me thinking out loud. I mean, it might not happen, but I really do believe that in the next 20 years, that majority of the people are gonna have self-driving cars.
Doo-doo-doo-doo. What is? It's good. It's early today. It's not too late.
I want the F-150 Lightning Pro, but
Oh,
I don't have
yeah.
160 grand to buy a truck.
Did you just hear the fucking amazing news that Ford just put out? They're no longer going to going through the dealer business model anymore. They're gonna go straight to consumer now
Oh
to
yeah,
cut out all the third party fees and the get price gouging that these dealers have been doing with the Ford brand. So it's I mean Tesla's been doing it, so I'm sure they probably took a page out of Tesla's book. There's not as much overhead and stuff like that when it comes to like dealer fees and extra charges and all this bullshit that the dealers do. When they want to freaking mark it up, especially like right now where inventory is real low because the chip manufacturing is down. They're able to freaking market. Dude, people are trying to charge those lightnings like I think they're like 120. They're charging like 200K for those things. Like what the fuck?
yeah, that's
That's
crazy.
ridiculous.
And even the Teslas, I mean, they're just like ridiculous. It's like they're nice for 110 grand. I mean, What are you gonna get? You know?
Yeah, exactly. And the thing that sucks about Tesla, since it's all electronic, they utilize a lot of silicon in their in their manufacturing and stuff like that. So it's probably hitting them hard. That's why the prices on the secondary market so high. Like these freaking secondary dealers that are selling stuff. Like I don't know, like Carfax, they sell Teslas. Like a lot of people can sell Teslas now. But yeah, it's crazy. Yo, who watches football in here? Anybody watches football in here? Y'all ready for fantasy football or for the season to start?
My
Football?
league's draft is on Saturday, so I'm actually gotta fucking come up with my draft plan. Last year I got Cooper Kupp in the 5th round, and I doubt that's fucking happening this year.
Bro, that's fine with me. I picked up Deshaun Watson in the 3rd round, and come to find out, all the freaking sexual misconduct allegations that he has was the reason that he never played. They just released all the information on that shit. And
He's
what's fucked
suspended
up
for
about
6
that, bro?
games. He's
Yeah,
suspended.
that's some
Yeah,
bullshit.
Yo,
yeah,
They
he's
should
gonna get
suspend his ass
suspended.
for the whole
He's gonna
fucking
get
year.
suspended way longer now.
yeah. Like Zeke Elliott and Ben Roethlisberger, there was like one accuser, and they suspended for how long was Zeke suspended for? I mean, you shouldn't have any.
Zeke was
My
suspended
advice is
for
don't
like
have
8 games.
any accusers, and you'll be fine. But who know? You know.
I know. I was talking to my friend about that. I was like, how the fuck? 6 games ain't shit. These guys are fucking millionaires. Like they're fucking sitting at home playing Nintendo or doing whatever the fuck they're doing. Just still having a good ass time. Like they need to freaking, find their shit out of them and freaking make them sit out a whole fucking season. Like they're too lenient on these fucking players, dude. Like all they do, it's just for our entertainment. They don't provide anything other than our entertainment. Like they need to take their fucking shit more seriously. Like it's a privilege for them to be on the fucking field playing fucking football and not having to worry about a goddamn thing because they're getting paid all this fucking money, to perform and be a fucking athlete. Like you don't have to have a brain to do that. And they're so fucking lucky. Like they don't I will give my fucking left nut if I could fucking go back, fix my fucking back and go to the NFL. Like they're so fucking lucky. It's ridiculous. And they just piss it down the fucking drain and do stupid shit and get away with it. And they don't fucking teach these kids. They're not teaching these guys nothing. It's fucking ridiculous.
Not all of them, though. There's good. There's some good.
Oh,
But
there's a lot of good ones,
yeah.
but the thing is that it just they need to be stricter on the athletes. They just have to be.
Well, I got to get to bed, but I'm going to say this one thing. I'm a Jets fan, so don't get too crazy. But Robert Saleh, Saleh, he said it best. He said there's 2 kinds of players: the ones that love the ones that love football, and the ones that love what football brings them. And so it's kind of like the same in any field, you know. If you're passionate about what you do, the money's going to come and everything. But if you're just doing it for the money, you're going to be screwing around. Like, look at Allen Iverson. He always said, practice, practice, practice. Did Allen Iverson ever win a ring? You know, like, so Kobe won 5. And did you ever hear the story when Allen Iverson after the game met up with Kobe, and Allen's like, yeah, I'm going to go hit the club. And Kobe's like, yeah? He's like, I'm going to the gym. I'm going to go work out, after a game. So Kobe got 5.
Yeah,
So it's hard work,
yeah,
dedication.
I heard that story.
But yeah, so I'm a Jets fan, so I'm going to leave the conversation.
Hey man, hey dude, nah, dude, you're good, bro. The Jets had a good season last year.
Yeah, we're good.
The Jets had a good ass season last year. Hey, they're coming back, bro. They just got to get a few things done. I think their organization could do better. Like, dude, I'm just a football fan.
Yeah.
I'm an Eagles fan, like diehard
Okay.
Eagles fan. I love the Eagles, but
Yeah.
I love football, and I just love the NFL because it's a little bit more even playing ground. You know what I mean? I don't like the NCAA because it's very one sided. But the NFL, anybody can win, dude. Anybody can fucking win a ring. Anybody can go out there and show out as long as you have the right coaching. You go in there with the right mentality, and you perform and you execute. Anything can fucking happen, bro. Like there's personal shit that can affect a game. From a player's mental not being able to catch a ball. Critical plays. There's so much shit that goes into it, and anybody can fucking win. That's why I love the NFL, dude. It's not biased at all. As long as you put in the fucking work and you do what you're supposed to do, then you can fucking come out on top. But yeah, man, no, dude, the Jets are good, dude. They had a really good season last year. I was sad that they got rid of fucking Robbie Anderson, but I mean, what are you gonna do? Well, shit, bro. Ladies, man. It was good talking to you.
Yeah, Mike's a good dude. Always a good dude. Never has anything to. I never made. I don't think I've ever heard that guy say anything bad about anyone.
Who?
Mike. Yeah, the guy we were just talking to.
Oh yeah, that dude's cool. He's a cool
Yeah,
guy,
man.
man. He's a cool guy.
He hasn't been in the room long enough with Matios.
Thing is, like, I started talking to Matthias like almost years ago, like 2019, 2018, something like that. We were trying to figure out philosophy and music theory. We read all the books together.
Interesting.
I think we started on the Hegelian dialect, and then we realized, oh shit, it's actually the Fichtean dialect. Never mind.
Hey, no, like one year, we're gonna congregate in one area, like somewhere, you know. We're gonna all be fucking around and hanging out and chilling, stuff like that.
I want that so
One of these
bad. I
years,
wanna fight Matios over a bottle of tequila.
bro. Who's gonna fucking eat the scorpion first, bitch?
Well, hold on. Aren't you guys close to each other?
I don't know where Matios is. Where you at, Matios? Send me your address.
Nah, you don't want to go to Matios, bro. I think Matios said he lives in San Bernardino. Didn't you say that, bro?
Yup. I'm out here in the Inland Empire.
Oh my God! I lived in
He's
Upland
in
about 3 months
Vatos
ago.
Locals for Life Central, bro.
Bro,
Matios will have to be my
I'm in
fucking
San
personal
Bernardino.
escort, bro.
Bro,
Oh,
I'm in San Bernardino. I will fuck you up, Matios. I'm finding you, bro. I'm finding you. I swear to God.
What block? Matios is gonna fucking find you with that pink sock, bro. He's gonna have that pink sock hanging off the fucking left side, out the back pocket.
Let me guess, Matios. You're in Pomona.
No, I'm in San Bernardino.
You're right in the heart of it, then, huh? Right in the shit.
Outside of it, but yeah. But I'm in San Bernardino.
I mean, I'm in San Bernardino County. I'm just up the hill. I'm in the county, but not in
Yeah,
San
you're up the
Bernardino.
hill. Yeah, nah, dog. I drive up 2 to 3 times a week for work. I'm out in Hesperia.
Well, damn it.
There y'all go, bro. Y'all can go fucking fight about Foucault and Nietzsche over a fucking cup of coffee, bro. Start your day off fucking right.
We're gonna have to now, bro.
No, hell yeah. Hey, there's plenty of breweries, bro. And poke spots. I have a favorite poke spot in Hesperia.
We can go to Gators.
Fighting over a cup of coffee is my favorite.
I think it's necessary at this point, honestly. I think Nietzsche is so trash, and that anybody who would propagate that madness is a threat to society, bro.
So hold on.
Listen.
What did Nietzsche think?
He didn't. He just had gonorrhea and it got to his brain. And then he
Is
just
that why
started
he was
talking.
so
Exactly.
depressed all the time?
He just started talking to
yeah.
horses.
I think once I did learn that, I definitely stopped talking shit on Twitter. I used to tweet about him all the time, all angry. And I was like, damn, if that dude was diseased, like, that high key makes sense, you know? Poor motherfucker.
Hey, Matthias, let's do something fun, though. Let's, like, go to a really white bar in the middle of Hesperia. like over here in the high desert. We'll just go to a super white bar, just two brown guys, and then we start fighting about niche, and then everybody's just gonna, surround us, just completely confused. Why are these brown guys fighting and yelling? I don't understand. This is
And then they're
Trump
gonna be
territory too.
and then they're gonna be like, "Oh my god, they didn't even have the audacity to bring spa water."
No, brother, Mr.
Yeah.
Rogers, up here, up the hill. This is pure like I don't know, country folk, like country desert folk. So it's the complete opposite of what you would find in the middle of LA.
Oh shit, bro, we're talking hills have eyes.
Exactly.
Hey, I love the high desert, bro. It's a beautiful place, honestly.
A
Yeah,
lot
The
of
Hills Have
lot
Eyes
of
was a
energy
great
up here.
movie.
A lot of energy.
Amazing movie.
Y'all are some degenerates. Is all I'm saying. This is some fucking degenerates.
That's why I put the clown there.
Whatever takes one to know one.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
My favorite is seeing the people come and go. And I'll it'd be like, Chickapay Miss May. And be like, hey, Chickapay Miss May, why don't you come up? Leaves. I'm like, I wonder why. Oh, yeah, that's why she's leaving. Never mind. And because you become desensitized to it, you're like, why did people? Oh, yeah, it's kind of fucked up. If you take it seriously. You know what I mean? But I guess people can't tell.
When you hop into the middle of a conversation, yeah.
I mean, someone did say I was a fucking horrible person because I told that story of how I didn't know this guy was deaf, and I was like cussing this dude out and saying like, "What the fuck is this guy deaf? Because he can't hear me." And then he turned around and said that he was deaf, and I was like, "Oh shit!" And somebody said I was a fucking piece of shit. So, I mean, I didn't know. I was just ignorant to the fact, I mean, shit. I mean, after I
Look,
found out,
look, he didn't
after I
even know you were
found
yelling at him.
out, exactly, bro, exactly.
So
That's
it's
what I'm
a
saying.
victimless crime.
Exactly, bro. I didn't know he was deaf, and he didn't know that I was yelling at him. See,
Look,
and you
nobody
have
even
to
talks to that guy. That's the first time somebody talked to him this month. He needs conversation too.
Ooh.
All right.
Okay.
So listen, I just popped in to see what was cooking. It's 11 o'clock, so I'm heading off to bed. But before I do so, Mattios, your homework is overdue. All right. You guys have a good night.
She's fucking silent assassin, eh?
Damn, fucking Big Daddy Casey with the fucking knife to the jugular. That was some fucking secretive inside information.
Casey runs a tight ship, man. That guy's from New Hampshire. It's different out there. Different rules.
I think
Different
it's like
people.
I think it's a sub dom thing between them. I'm sure that's what's going on.
It sounds very musical. Subdominant? Is that like the sixth?
No,
Minor
Matios is the
sixth?
sub. Yeah, kind of. Matios is the sub. Casey is the dom, and he's like, "I need your homework. I need your homework. It's overdue." It's a role play thing.
Oh, so he's like the teacher in this? They're like,
So who's the one holding the roller and who's doing the smacking of the high knees? I need to know.
I think you know the answer to that question, Mr. Rogers.
I think it depends on what week it is. You can't just be like one side, right? A one-sided relationship.
You know what other people do in these rooms late at night? Last night I was listening in on one of the people who frequent this room, and they were playing a video. They were playing like a game, and it was like, women are the captain of this ship and men can't talk. And it was like a sub dom game. It was like one of these role playing games, but in a space. And it was very strange. And I thought, I'm glad the Syndicate isn't like this. But I also wanted to just observe. And I feel like that's what half of the Syndicate should do. We should infiltrate and observe and then grab the people that we think are worth it. Bring them back into a space. Lead them here with breadcrumbs.
Dude, you know what's funny is Michael and I were actually we were talking about that like a few hours ago, Mike.
Yeah, yeah. It's
We're talking about how fucking painful it is to freaking go into other spaces. Mike can explain it to you better.
it's the dude. I can't stand other people,
Sounds
but then
about
again,
right.
they can't stand me. So I think it's a good fit. And the thing is, KC will be like, "Hey, you should come to this room, right? Hey, you should come to this room." I'll be like, "All right," and I'll go up and say stuff, and then people will be upset at me. Like I've gone into spaces, and people are like, "Oh, look, it's a unicorn." I'm like, "What the fuck did I do? I haven't spoken to you yet." But
Dude, I think dude, a lot of people, bro, they're just fucking negative as fuck. You
it's
know, like
crazy, right?
they're just so negative, bro. Like keep your negativity out of my life.
Well,
I don't want it.
what's weird is that when you see people switch, right? You know, and the thing is, like, people have their trigger words, eh? It's fascinating. Like, if you talk to Bitcoin people about Tether, they'll fucking hate you. Everyone has their commandments.
Yeah, no, you're right. I love talking to Bitcoin people though. It's just fascinating how like so to me, like they have all these like maxis and stuff like that. When they speak about Bitcoin, they always talk about like the technology and how awesome it is and what they're gonna do to secure the network and increase using satellites. And I'm like, man, these guys are so like encompassed with the fact that the technology's out there for Bitcoin that's so good that they're just totally oblivious to like other technology that could be used to like destroy the same good that's being created. So it's okay for you to fantasize about this shit, but when somebody tells you that that there could be something that's just as fucking evil to counteract that good, and somebody's developing a technology to take this out or to hack this, I was like, that's not in the fucking realm of possibilities. I was like, come the fuck on, dude. Like you expect me to believe and like to fantasize about the good stuff, but you don't want to fantasize about the fucking evil, dark, sadistic shit that could happen. Like, use your full imagination, not just only like a part of it. Like, you know what I mean?
It's yeah, no, it's fascinating that um that there's like a schism in their brain. Does that make sense? It's like I'm going to use all of my analytical mind in all of these areas, but when it comes to this, my brain's just fucking shut off.
Exactly, dude. Exactly.
Because otherwise, you talk to them, and intelligent people, who have jobs and use intelligence at work. But then when it comes to this, it's like something is shut off.
No, exactly, dude. Something is shut off. Like they just, I don't know, man. They're cool. I mean, like I said, like I don't have anything against Bitcoin maxis. Like, just because we have differences on Bitcoin, I just always tell them like, look, we can agree to disagree. I'm not gonna hate you because you don't fucking like Bitcoin. Like, there's probably
Yeah.
a lot of shit that I don't like that you like. You know, but hey, it is what it is. But
Speaking
it's
of,
just weird. It's just weird.
what what's the latest on the Solana hack? Hack. I heard that it's still going on, isn't it? Some people are still getting hacked. No.
Bro, you would think they would learn after the first three hacks, bro. Like that, don't go on that blockchain. Don't go on that blockchain. Like, just don't do it. I don't know why people keep doing it, and then they're like, they praise and they want decentralization, but they defy decentralization by banning somebody or freezing somebody's wallet and they're not able to do anything. What kind of decentralization is that? That's fucking. That's like mutiny. Like they're fucking turning into savages and shit. Like they're using the blockchain to freaking do Neanderthal things. It's weird. It's so weird how you can have such good technology but still be primitive in the way that you utilize that technology. Again, if that makes any sense.
Just look at Mateos, bro. I can understand it. You know, we're really no different than the Romans 2,000 years ago and the Greeks 500 years before them. Just the same people. Just better toys, I guess. Right, Mateos? All right, guys, I'm gonna go. I'm tired. I keep waking up at 3 in the morning for some reason.
The witching hour.
Bro, I don't know why. I just wake up at 3 in the morning and then I can't go back to bed. I'm gonna watch some Westworld and go to bed. Have a good night, guys.
You good? All right. Talk to you soon.
Broski. Matthews freaking disappears all the time, bro. All the time.
Nah, I think he's still there.
Oh man, I got to talk to the loan officer today, and he says
Oh
everything.
yeah.
Yeah, he says everything looks good.
So,
Yeah, he says everything looks good. He says that he's he said that he's structuring the loan and he's trying to the best way possible to present it to the underwriters. And there's going to be a few things that we may or may not need. Um, but yeah, they're projecting us to close this month. So they said the builder wants it closed on already because the longer the house sits on the market, they're not making money. They have to sell that house. So we'll see. I'm just kind of letting things flow and trying not to stress out. It's that's why I didn't talk like for the like those few days that I was I had too many thoughts going in my mind, and like I just had comfort just being in there and just listening, but like I couldn't really talk. I wasn't talking because I just had too many things going on. I didn't want to, you know, I didn't want to get up there and talk. I just felt like listening would just be the better thing to do. I just had a lot of thoughts and stressfulness, and I had a lot of nerves and anxiety, and like so many emotions were like flooded me all at once, and it was just it was stressful, dude. Those few days were fucking stressful. I felt like my head was gonna explode. It was fucking crazy. Now, I've had those moments too before. You know what I'm talking about, like those moments where like just there's like a million different thoughts in your brain, you know, and it's all happening simultaneously, and and you feel like at any moment there's gonna be a freaking you know the dwarf stars and a freaking stars and explode, and all these different pieces are gonna go everywhere, and you don't know how to pick them up, and you don't know what to do next, and like me, I like to plan stuff out, and I like to like kind of have control, and I feel like I didn't have any control over my life at that point. Like I think I remember telling you that I felt like this part of my life was like the first time in my life I felt like I had the most control over my own life, if that makes any sense. But um, but yeah, so whenever finding out about the house and like the loan getting approved, like there's nothing I can do about that. And then I'm all talking to my wife, and then my wife being pregnant and us having another kid. Thinking about where we're gonna be. How am I gonna get us in the house the fastest way? We need more room because we're living in a 2 bedroom apartment right now, and we're paying fucking like $1,600 a month for that bitch. And that's just too fucking much for a 2 bedroom apartment. It's freaking insane, dude. And then now they're gonna go up another $350, and I just had a lot of thoughts going on, a lot of things, happening all at once, and but yeah, no, but I feel more comfortable now. I just if you ever notice that I go like quiet or like I don't come up there and speak, don't think anything's wrong. That's just my way of it's just my way of taking a step back and just analyzing things and just trying to get my
Yeah,
my
sure.
stuff in order. I don't like to take action. I like to observe and figure out what steps I need to take in order to move forward. But that's just how I do things because if I don't do it that way, then I won't get anything done. Because my like I said, I my brain fucking like just goes into overdrive and I get like sensory overload. I get freaking anxiety. I start stressing out, and I have to kind of take a step back and take a few breaths, and then realize each individual problem, you know, has its own theme, and then say, okay, we're good here, we're good here, we're good here, we're good here. Like, well, we're good. Why are you stressing? You know what I mean? Like, why the fuck am I like figuring out why the fuck I'm stressing out, and like figure out the root cause of it, and then tackle it from there. And then if I go back and I look at everything and I'm like, okay, well, I mean, there's still a solution. Like, if it doesn't go my way, I still have a backup plan. Because that's the thing, right? Is you always want to have a backup plan. You don't want to just look at, you know, what you're doing right now, what the possibilities could be in that current state. But because what if it doesn't happen the way you want it to be? So I kind of like always freak out because I don't have like that backup plan in mind right away. So I kind of have to like focus on like, okay, I have all the good stuff, I have all the bad stuff. If this doesn't go right, I can do this, and I don't know. It's just a big process that I have in order to like figure like certain things out for myself.
Oh, makes perfect sense. I was laughing in my head because when Matthias and Anthony were talking about Nietzsche, uh, Anthony was protective about Nietzsche because he did his thesis on it. So I'm just dying in the background. It's like, Matthias, you're going after the man's thesis. What are you doing? You understand now?
Oh, that's even better.
You know, this guy spent $30,000 to get a philosophy degree, and you're like, fuck Nietzsche, and you're like, I spent $30,000. Fuck you.
Dude, that fucking essay fucking determined his life, and Matthews just shredded that shit.
You're an asshole. It's more than an essay. It's an ethos, okay? Thanks. You just don't understand like I do?
I mean, I love Nietzsche, you know?
I mean, I love leche. I don't know about Nietzsche, but
Dolce de Nietzsche? Yeah, it's great with your coffee.
Just tasteless. Tasteless coffee.
are you
It
talking
has
about,
no flavor at all. It's just empty calories.
bro? He's talking about that freaking that macaroni that white people be bringing over to the cookout. Tasteless.
That's the problem with Nietzsche. He never had seasoning in his whole life.
That's why he was so down. He just like he had all of this great meat, but he didn't have a way to season it.
Well, spices were hard to come by back at the day. Yeah, there were wars started over spices.
Well, it makes sense because look at what happened when motherfuckers didn't have any like cardamom. They went all like depressed and shit.
Yeah.
Oh man, if only these guys had some like saffron, they would be all chilled out. But they're just mad at eating the same chicken every day. They're like, something has to give. What's wrong with the universe? This is
Life is
bland.
meaningless.
Yeah. And maybe that's why like they hated women. They were just like the women are trying to do whatever they can with the chicken. It's like, all I have is salt. What do you want me to do?
What's been going on, fam? What's the story? What's the saga?
What happened today? We were kind of I was just kind of telling everyone that it's really hard to talk to people who aren't you on Twitter Spaces. Like, I go into Spaces and I listen to for 2 seconds and I can't do it. I just can't.
First of all, I just want to thank you for holding this space. It's great. There's lots of emotions, and I like my emotions and your emotions, and they're very similar. So thank you so much for holding this space for us. I'm just going to absorb everybody's attention to talk about you, but it's actually about me, but let's just pretend it's about you. I had nothing to contribute other than thanking you for having us, creating the opportunity for us to contribute.
Yeah, how is that a comment? How is just thanking the space for simply existing worthy of saying anything at all? That's what emojis are for. Clap your hands. That's how you said it. It's amazing how long people can go without saying anything at all, dude. I've seen people talk for 5 minutes without saying anything. Straight.
Nietzsche does it for books at a time.
I feel like the real Nietzsche never wrote anything.
Dude.
Real Nietzsche has never been tried.
Yes. That's it. If I'm ever pausing, it's just because I'm clipping the space and naming it. The real Nietzsche has never been tried was the last clip.
Okay, I got one. Team. Came up with it about 15 minutes ago, so it might suck. But here's just your thoughts. It's a product idea. The product is called Number Go Down. And it's a product to help people quit smoking. Scratch my own itch over here, right? And it's very simple. When you do the thing that you're trying to stop doing, you press a button, and the button starts a timer. And then the next time you do the thing that you're not supposed to be doing, you press the button again. It starts a new timer. As long as the timer number go up, in theory, number go down. What do you think?
Brilliant. And fuck, there's so many things that could be like there are real ass use cases for that. I think that's brilliant.
Well, Zach brought up this thing where he told me that if people didn't do what they said they were going to do, they had to send him money. And he told me people spent all of $5 before smartening up.
Yeah, well, so I did something similar with foods back in 2015, and spoiler alert, I went from 111 pounds down to, I fucking swear, 69 pounds.
Wow.
And yeah, it was actually a really terrible idea. Don't do it that fast. Look, in 90 days too. It was wild. But basically, because I like snacks, man. So what I would do is I went to my wife lady person, like, hey, wife lady person, if would it be weird? I mean, it's definitely going to be weird, but like, would it be okay if I just sent you a picture of whatever it is that I'm about to eat before I eat it? And I just want to do that for like a week. And by the way, you don't know this, but you know how I like ice cream, but you don't know how much I like ice. I have a lot of ice cream. Wife lady person. And she's like, all right, so you're just gonna send me some photos? I'm like, yeah. She's like, cool. All right. Same day, I send her a photo of an ice cream I bought at a gas station, and she's like, really? I'm like, yeah. All right. And then like day later, like a few hours later, I go to send her a picture of a candy bar. I'm like, I can't send her a picture of a candy bar. and I couldn't do it. And yeah,
Wow.
yep,
Dude, there's something really deep there.
isn't it?
It's like your portrait of Dorian Instagram.
You might have to unpack that for me.
So you know the portrait of Dorian Gray?
You educate me.
Portrait of Dorian Gray. Man has a painting made of him. Every time he does something shitty, the painting starts to get older and more decrepit.
This is neat. I'm Wikipediaing it right now.
Oh man, the Portrait of Dorian Gray, dangerous book. Matthias, you ever read that?
Yeah, that's damn, I can't remember homie's name.
Can't remember his name either. Oscar Wilde, maybe?
Yeah, that was Oscar Wilde. That while he had the painting, he remained young. Everybody around him aged,
Yeah.
and then I don't remember the painting got damaged or some
Yeah.
shit like that. And then but it was brilliant. And then watching a person go through that and be a piece of shit.
That was a gorgeous book.
There's a nerd in the deep part of my soul that says, "Yo, that book is wild." With the E at the back. Never mind.
Yeah, the Portrait of Dorian Instagram. Sending people all of the things that you would be most afraid to tell people. What you ate for lunch. Slice of cake and a Coke.
Dude, that's like a 5-course meal right there. A slice of cake and a Coke, bro.
Keep you working for days.
I remember when I fell in love with capitalism. I was 11 years old, and I got a paper route, just delivering pamphlets for a Japanese food place, and they're like, take these and put them in people's mailboxes, roughly in this area. I said, cool. So I did that, and then I got like, oh man, something like $9, maybe like $6 an hour, something like that. And so I had like $13 New Zealand dollars, which is like 50 cents American, and I bought a tub of ice cream. A tub. It was like 1.5 liters of ice cream, and I ate the whole fucking. It's like family size for several sittings,
Yeah.
and I just demolished. And I sat there like, wow, nobody stopped me from doing this. Like they didn't even bat. I went to the supermarket. They didn't even bat an eye. It was a kid buying like a whole tub of ice cream. Nothing. They just let me. They just let me walk out with it. I gave them the money. I walked out the other side. I had the ice cream. I finished all of the ice cream. Nobody. I didn't know the cops didn't turn up. It was incredible. And I thought, man, fucking capitalism is amazing.
Dude, it's so amazing, bro. I mean, I still do that as an adult. I still go to the store and buy tubs of ice cream and kill them in one sitting right now. So yeah, I love it.
In once. But the thing is, I imagine like your hands, it looks like a little cup. Right? Like in my head here, like you're just like a giant that just like holds
Bro,
like tubs of ice
bro,
cream like in
I'm
their
not
forefinger.
that fucking big, bro. I'm just two of you, okay?
Yeah, yeah. I'm pretty sure. It's close. It's almost close. I've never heard that before. Yo, bro, I'm twice of you. So hard one to come back from.
I just did the math. 1.5 liters of ice cream is 3.3 pounds of ice cream.
I used to do that with bags of chips.
Bro, that's loading, bro. You gotta load up. You gotta load up for the next day. You
Carb
know what I
loading.
mean? For the whole week. You carb load on one tub of ice cream for the whole week.
Yeah, can you imagine like guys at like the gym? I heard guys at the gym used to eat like sour keys because they had a crazy amount of sugar in them or something like that.
Mm. Did you know, side note, that you ever go to those gyms in the city, or like you walk past them because you're not actually going to the gym, and then you see all the people in the front, and they're like walking on the whatever mills, and they're just like looking out at the people. They're like people watching while they're, you know. Do you know that you can just stand there and eyeball them and smoke a clove cigarette and eat an ice cream while you're looking at them, and they have to look at you? I'm just saying.
I remember I had a paper route too, and sometimes they used to give us free samples to deliver. And one time I had 109 houses on my paper route. And so one time they gave us free samples of Dunkaroos. If you don't know what Dunkaroos is, it's just like pieces of graham crackers with pure sugar mixed with a little bit of milk in the other thing. And I had that in my garage. And I used to just like every day, like have a little bit of Dunkaroos until I could taste the sandy texture in the cream concoction. And I was like, all right, that's over. No.
Bro,
But
that was
sometimes
like me. That was like me when I was younger. We used to go to the I mean, I don't know where y'all must have lived on the white side of the neighborhood having paper routes and shit. I cut lawns. I was cutting lawns for money.
it's big
But
lawns where you are.
that's besides the fact. The dude, I used to go to the gas station and I would get, this sounds weird as fuck. I would get a big ass bag of hot Cheetos, a pickle, and a fucking strawberry milk.
Like those hot pickles in the bag at the front of the liquor store?
Yes, bro. Yes.
Many moons ago, I was a Lyft driver, and one of the people that I picked up was one of the people at the conferences where they're like giving out free samples. And you know, you do the small talk thing, right? Oh yeah, I just finished up working. I'm like, oh yeah, what's it? It's a weirdly large package you got there. It's like, oh yeah, it's cinnamon toast crunch. So yo, you have an industrial sized bag of cinnamon toast crunch. How hungry? Like, what's the deal there? Like, you're not that hungry. It's like, no, I work at a conference. Oh, by the way, would you like some cinnamon toast crunch? Oh, sure. Okay, cool. Yeah. No, we actually have this ring, this underground breakfast cereal ring, with the other promotion people. Because like, if we were advertising some Toast Crunch, you know, somebody's got like some other like product that they're also doing it at the same kind of convention. So what we do is we swap around, right? 14 bags of cinnamon toast crunch for like 13 yoga puddles, whatever. It's a whole thing. Yeah, there's like seedy underground underbelly of fast-moving consumer goods trading among the promo folks. Yeah.
Horse trading among serial entrepreneurs?
Boo. Touche, touche.
I have 5 cereal exits. Cheerios, Count Chocula.
God damn it. Depending on your level of commitment to that joke, you could become
Bro,
like a breakfast food cereal entrepreneur, so that you could have the LinkedIn title of serial entrepreneur.
man, y'all bougie over here buying name brand shit. I'm over here buying fruity dino bites and stuff.
What's the dumbest title you've ever had, or had the option of having reasonably?
Marketing or market analyst.
I was a broker. Uh, context was,
senatorial.
Uh-huh.
It sounds like the concierge at Procrustes is in.
Dude, that's like like janitors nowadays, bro. They gave themselves a new title. They're senatorial engineers now. You never heard of that?
I when I was working I got a co-op job to be a recruiter for like insurance mathematicians back at university, and I noticed that the people who got uh, the people who had the most sought after resumes showed the highest amount of career progression. So I was making $9 an hour at the time, and I told my boss, you know, instead of a raise, can I change my title? And he's like, yeah, as long as I can remain president. And I told him I want to be director of new business development, and he says sure. And then 4 months later, I had like a great looking resume because it looked like I went from a recruiter to a director in 8 months at like 21. And I was out of there.
Smart, not hard. I like it.
You know, if you're junior accountant, senior accountant, manager of accountant, people are like, oh shit, this person's getting promoted.
Yeah.
There must be
Absolutely.
something there. What is it? Oh, it's inflation.
You know what? Yeah, there is a title inflation thing in the world. You know what would be interesting if somebody built a scraper? So you familiar with the Wayback Machine?
Absolutely. One of the best tools possible for reading news these days.
Okay, so Wayback Machine for LinkedIn personal profiles. What do you think?
I think that's perfect.
So,
I think that's perfect.
interesting, right? Because now you can actually go find out the real story, right?
Yeah, that Delta is fucking Gulf City.
Mm-hmm.
The Grand Canyon Delta. Wayback Machine for LinkedIn. Huh. Yeah, because I changed my LinkedIn. I took all of my experience off and I just put unicorn launching.
Yo, LinkedIn is funny, bro.
Yeah, it's weird. LinkedIn is interesting because it's like my inbox is now like a email address where people will just send me 6 messages, one after another. Hey, just bumping this to the top. I'm like, it's a bit presumptuous, isn't it?
What fascinates me about LinkedIn is that it's supposed to be a place of like professionalism and like you'd be able to like judge someone's character off their attributes and like what they contributed to society and stuff. But like, there's so many freaking scammers that use LinkedIn and make fake profiles that like you know the lady who's like catfishing the work industry, I guess you could say. Like they're
Mm-hmm.
catfishing like the work industry. It's so funny.
It's funny because like I created another account for Michael Jagdeo, and sometimes I'll give myself a congratulations, like, "Hey, Michael Jagdeo, great leadership today," right? Just so I could, because I work alone most of the time, so it's like you have to be your own biggest fan because there's nobody there to kind of like give you congratulations. So it's like, "Good job, Mike. Oh, thanks for noticing."
Hell yeah, bro. I feel that
I'm gonna do one
every
right
day.
now.
Yeah,
So what is
exactly.
it? Celebrate an occasion. I can give kudos. So I'm gonna give kudos to Michael Jagdeo.
Shit, I'm gonna give you kudos, bro. You're doing
Yeah.
good, bro. Keep it up. Keep it up, big
Uh,
dog.
so that's next. I can go thank you with the donut, going above and beyond with the light bulb, inspirational leader, making work fun, great presentation, outside the box thinker. Um, Let's go with the.
Bro, no lie. I'd be gassing myself at my fucking ass up big time too.
This is great. I love it. Hold on, let me send you a screenshot of this. It's good, man. You can give yourself props. Yo, as a startup founder, you have to be able like. You ever give yourself a round of applause? I used to do that.
Dude, all the fucking time I thank myself all the time.
Yeah. Give yourself a round of applause. That's it. That's what you have to do as a founder.
Yeah, bro, I be thanking myself all the time. I'm like, fuck yeah, you did that shit. Nobody did. Nobody else did. You tied that fucking knot.
Well, James Brown knew this, right? Jump back, wanna kiss myself.
Oh, that's
Hell
right.
yeah, dude. James Brown knew it. James Brown knew, dude. He knew. He self promoted himself. Self motivation. That's the strongest power that anybody can ever possess.
So, what do you attribute your success to? Because I look good, I smell good, and I make love good. Verbatim.
Dude, that's like Muhammad Ali, bro. Muhammad Ali had that same power too.
Holy shit! You know who the modern version of that level of insane ego is? Khaled, DJ Khaled.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say Richard Hart, but
DJ Khaled is a phenomenon.
I have a wide variety of gifts, and I collect them like a hoarder, and short videos and so on. And there's one of Khaled who's like talks about this guitar. It's like, this guitar is so amazing, and it's the best guitar in the world. You should totally buy it from my friend's guitar place. And then he like starts playing the guitar, but he can't fucking play the guitar, and he's just like he's hitting the guitar with his meat fists, and he's just it's just the confidence that he's just violating those. It's brutal, but it's kind of impressive.
What in the actual shit, dude?
Just imagine sitting there on the video, and you're like, yes, I'm gonna talk about how amazing this guitar is, then I'm gonna play the guitar, and everyone's gonna love it, but I can't actually play the guitar. Like, how confident do you have to be
Let
before
me
you
tell you,
pick up an
like,
instrument? God damn it!
the secret is the fuchsia pants. You put on those fuchsia pants, nothing can stop you. Lauren, what are you saying?
Hi. What's up, guys?
What's up?
Nothing. Just snuggling with Macy. That's my dog.
Who's Macy?
That's my dog. She's amazing.
Oh,
that's my dog.
is that what you're doing?
Say what?
Have you heard that song? That's my dog.
No, but it sounds like an amazing song.
It is.
I would say where my dog's at all the time, I think. If I had a dog.
No, you wouldn't.
Where my dog's at. Yeah, that would be a good song. How was y'all's day? Did you do anything fun today? Did you make someone smile?
I'm trying to think what happened today. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I did make someone smile today, right in the morning. You ever wake up in the morning and like you're on a Twitter space and then somebody calls you and be like, "Where the fuck are you? You're supposed to be at the meeting." And you're like, "Oh, that's right. I'm fucking off. Hold on 1 sec." And then you go and then you go like join the meeting late. But it ended up being good because I guess when you hit it out of the park in like the first couple minutes and then like everything else is just kind of relaxing.
Dude, yes.
Dude,
Totally.
I set the expectation. I was like, well, I go into these Twitter spaces. I'm doing critical research. So like I've actually just convinced them that from the get-go. And so now I can, like, if I need to, I can just like push meetings back a little bit.
Incredible.
It's like you got to set the bar here going into it, and then if you need to like shift a little bit later. But I learned the hard way. Like I had this job where I was like so goal oriented. I wanted to be number one at everything. And then I became number one and I was like, shit, this sucks because now I have to like work all these extra hours because I have to be number one all the time because that's the bar that I set. So now I've learned my lesson from that.
Lower your expectations.
Yes, that's what I'm learning. Lower my expectations. Don't be number one. You see, you got to be in like the top five instead of number one, because then it's like, ah, well, now I don't have to work so hard. No, that sounds
Not what
really
you really
shitty.
want to do. Not what you really want to do. Is you just want to be that girl or that guy. Like you don't have to be number one, but you want to be the one that when people have issues or like they need something done, like they know and they come to you. They come to you for stuff.
No, I don't want to be that person anymore. I did that. I did that for too long. And so then they like started having me do all these like grassroots like projects building these teams and they started to give me like all of these teams. So I've done a lot of like executive coaching, sales team coaching throughout my career. And so they were giving me all of these external new hires with external new leaders. And that was a shit show because I'm trying to develop these leaders and how to effectively lead teams of new hires, and nobody knows the equipment, no one knows the systems. Like it was a shit show because at least like the other way around, like you have tenure you can kind of lean on for like development. No,
Yeah,
I
that
will
just
never
means
do
that
that
you were the
again.
shit. They knew
What's
that
that?
you were the shit. I
No,
said that
I
just
mean
means
I
that
did
they
it.
knew that you were the
I
shit.
did it fast. Like I was able to turn the teams. I was within 3 months. So from like onboarding like their first day to like being able to execute and perform at like a tenured level, I was able to do that within 3 months, like consistently. But it was so much work, and I was like, that's all I ever did was work. That was miserable. Never again.
Yeah,
Lower your
I guess it
expectations.
wasn't your passion. That's what you're trying to say.
Exactly. You're right.
What are you passionate about? What do you want to do in life?
I love developing people. I just was taken advantage of, to be honest. Like I absolutely love developing people. I love empowering people, inspiring people. But I was leading these. I was just it was just too much for me to do by myself without additional resources. And I had a new boss that was trying to get a leg up in the company and was taking advantage of me. And so I just felt used. And so I do love developing people. I just not there.
That's understandable. We all have those bosses sometimes that you feel like you're underappreciated. It's not that it's not that. See, for me, when I hear like being used, I really don't see it as being used. I just feel like it's like I'm just being underappreciated. Like I would still do the work if I was getting a little bit more recognition or they were, incentivizing me for my hard work. But that's just I don't know. I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah, no, I get it. I mean, I was recognized for sure, and like I had really good salary and commission and stuff too, really good benefits, but I was working like literally 65 hours a week, and I was just so exhausted all the time, and there was like I didn't have like a personal life ever, so it was just like it and not just that, but because of the industry that I was in, the hours of like I had teams that were spread out across all hours of operations. And so I would have an opening team that would start at like 6:45 in the morning, and then I would have a closing team that would work from 2 to 11 at night. And when you have new leaders, they need the support. And so I would have a new leader that would be an opening team, and then I'd have another new leader that was a closing team, and then I'd had all these leaders that were kind of staggered in between. And so, leaders, we got to set by example. And so I was having to stagger my time through, between 6:45 or before then, because I, got to get there before then. So from like 6 to like, after 11. And after a while, you just burn out. It's too much.
Yeah, I feel you on that. That happened to me once in my career. I was working like 80 to 100 hours a week, and I just couldn't do it anymore. I was getting very frustrated because of the lack of like sleep and rest. It was just getting to my psyche, and I was forgetting a lot of things, and eventually it just got to the point where like it started affecting my mental health, and I was becoming very like aggravated and annoyed, and taking my bringing my work home. That's like one thing I always preach, like never, like once you're done with work, like leave that shit at work, and when you go home, like you have to be a different person. Like you have to be able to differentiate the two, and I wasn't able to do that. Like I was always talking about work, thinking about work, doing work, and then my whole life was just work, and I forgot what it felt like to enjoy life, and I got super burned out, and I left my actual industry for a little bit to kind of like further explore like myself, and like make sure that this was really what I wanted to do. So I took off a year, and it was the most like stressful, like financially stressful, and like just mentally stressful like year of my life. But it made me appreciate everything that I have and everything that I worked to like forward to achieve, and like change me as a person. So I completely understand. Completely
Yeah,
understand.
I was burnt out. But I see you guys have stand-up comedians in as like a category. So I have a joke for you. You ready? Okay. So, why couldn't the green pepper practice archery?
I don't
And
know why.
because he didn't have a habanero.
Wow.
You guys, I laughed at that joke for like 10 minutes straight earlier.
I like it.
No, you got to see the picture. It's great. I'm going to show you guys.
I posted.
I'm totally posting it. You got to see the picture because
It's the
it's
giggle. It's the giggle for me.
it cracks me up like so much. Just hold on. You got to see the picture. I can't. Oh my gosh. This is what I do sometimes. I just look at dad jokes and I just enjoy myself.
Okay, Lauren. Why are pirates pirates?
Why?
Because they are.
Yo, did y'all see that? Do y'all know who Marshawn Lynch is?
No.
Y'all don't know who Marshawn Lynch is? Beast Mode? Well, he's a football player, and he made this video of him doing a voiceover for Darth Vader. I'm gonna pin it to the top. That shit is fucking hilarious.
Okay, what's a pirate's favorite letter?
What? R.
C, you think it'd be the R, but it'd be the C.
Okay. Why did Snoop Dogg need an umbrella? Faux drizzle.
Uh-huh.
Fantastic. How about
Zinger.
we were talking about Mitch Hedberg the other day? An escalator can never break. It can only become stairs. You should never see an escalator temporarily out of order sign. Just escalator temporarily stairs. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Oh my gosh, I'm so amused by jokes. Like I can't even like my cheeks hurt right now.
My my fake plants died because I did not pretend to water them. Uh, Rice is great if you're really hungry and want to eat 2,000 of something.
What do you call a helicopter mixed with a rhino?
What?
Helifino.
My belt holds my pants up, but the belt loops hold my belt up. I don't really know what's happening down there. Who is the real hero? My friend asked me if I wanted a frozen banana. I said no, but I want a regular banana later, so yeah. The depressing thing about tennis is that no matter how good I get, I'll never be as good as a wall.
Every book is a children's book if the kid can read.
These Mitch Hedberg jokes, man. Wearing wearing a turtleneck is like being strangled by a really weak guy all day. Wearing a backpack and turtleneck is like a weak midget trying to bring you down. Damn, I gotta listen to more Mitch Hedberg again.
Dude, my friend, my friend and I were driving one day, and they have like these signs like for the neighborhoods, and he saw it and he's like, "Dude, that's fucked up. Did you see that sign over there?" And I was like, "What sign?" And he's like, "Dude, they're over here saying that there's slow children at play."
How did the barber win the race?
He cut corners?
He knew a shortcut. What?
I like refried beans. That's why I want to try fried beans, because maybe they're just as good and we're just wasting our time. You don't have to fry them again at all.
What did the policeman say to his belly button? I can't. I can't even say it. You're under a vest.
I'm against picketing, but I don't know how to show it.
Oh my gosh.
100% of survey respondents aren't dead.
What is the hardest tea to swallow?
What?
Reality.
Yes, sir. Reality.
I like to tell that when there's comedians around, and I switch out. What's the hardest beverage for comedians? Reality, and then it's like haha, and then oh, it's a little bit painful. Yeah. Man, there's like this weird thing where like stand up and the arts, performance arts in general, is a really hard industry to break into. One is because it requires just a lot of investment in understanding humans and yourself and so on. But then there's also the fact that there's a lot of people that are pretty good at it that will do it sort of on the side. And so to like do it full time, the supply demand ratios are kind of brutal, right? So it can take a long time to build up an audience and a community and all the rest of it. And I remember watching. Were we talking about this earlier? So we were talking about how Mitch had no, it was Louis C.K. went up on stage.
Right.
It was I think Letterman or something, and he was talking to about a dancer, and he was saying like how beautiful, how amazing is it that this person has dedicated their life to getting really good at dancing. It's very inspiring for us. It's a great idea for us. We get the benefit from that. It's a terrible idea for them, right? There's like 3 jobs in the world for professional dancers, and so nightmare of a decision for them. Great for me, right? And then he starts, and everyone's like, "What are you talking about?" So you're like, "Well, say look at these guys over here in the band on Letterman, right? Like, listen to how incredible they are, and then ask yourself, like, I mean, who wanted?" See, the thing is, none of them actually matter, right? Like, none of them wanted to be there. They all wanted to be Jimi Hendrix, right? They all wanted to be like running shows somewhere. But here they are, and like the band's like looking at them, like, oh, and it's just so fucking real. But like, it's there's this. We were talking, I think, possibly a couple of weeks ago, how the job of a comedian, in some ways, is to observe and communicate the reality that we all see and understand, but don't necessarily want to believe, right? Which is this idea of, it's funny because it's true, but um, there's there's plenty of things that are true that aren't funny. Only the things that there's a gap where of our understanding and our internal monologue. Only when you're able to sort of say things that are true, that are true despite what we want to believe. That's when it's funny. Do you know what I'm saying?
If you hit the right punchline in any type, oh, forget it.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's hard for people to laugh and disagree with you at the same time.
That is so true. They say like we were talking about this earlier in my space. Like somebody was saying something about like comedy, how like there's like if you think about society today, like there's not much comedy anymore. Like we used to have stand-up comedians. There's like a new stand-up comedian, every weekend, every Saturday, every Friday. Like there were so many acts, and like these days it's like everyone is so like inundated with like fear in society that there's just like no one's like really cracking jokes anymore.
I
Could
don't
be
think
because
that's
of
the
the
case.
cancel culture. Oh, sorry,
No,
Rogers.
I don't. No, I don't think that's the case. I think comedies have shifted. They don't need to use like derogatory comedy anymore, or like sexist jokes or anything like that. Like for instance, like I find comedy in other things. Like there's still good stand-up comedians, but you can go on TikTok now and watch a funny video of someone doing something. It's not considered stand-up, but it's still like some form of comedic acting. Like a lot of those people who do TikToks or have YouTubes and stuff like that. They have like their characters and their different personas that they put on, for a show. And I feel like the comedy is just evolving, it's turning into something that's a little bit
I
different
can't
than what
believe you
people
just
are.
said that. I'm so offended.
It is. It's evolving. It's evolving.
A lot of a lot of traditional stand-ups resent the online comedians' rise to fame.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Mr. Rogers. Um, there's a bit of that, I think, in general, and it is a changing landscape. I think there's genres and themes, and there's also like methods, right? Like the whole idea of stand up in the first place, it's comedy in a particular format, and there's this whole sort of body of work that goes into the method of stand up, and I think I wonder whether or not there's like this. Um, I think about music, the musical equivalent often when I'm thinking about art, trying to understand an art form, because I understand what it goes into, learning how to play drums for a decade so that I could play professionally for a few years, right? And I find that there's like this elitism in the technical side of being a musician, where like if you spent all this time investing in music theory and how it works and how to get your technique right and how to do all the other things, then it's like, well, yes, I'm one of these very special artist persons, and I'm very special, and like you're not as good as me, and like so if you learned how to scratch a DJ thing or how to like use a MIDI controller to do it's not the same. You don't understand. I'm better at this, and I'm there's like this elitism that sort of comes not as a result of what the thing might have been for in the first place, but because you've spent all this time and energy, like you end up with like this holier than thou type vibe, which
Mhm.
frustrates the shit out of me, because it's bullshit. Well, I mean, it's not. Look, I get it. But at the same time, why are we here in the first place, right? Like, if the purpose is to, and granted, there's different purposes. There's artists who are making art for other artists, which is fine. But then there's also artists who, like, I would put, this might be a little spicy. I would put, like, Bjork's album, was it wasn't Vokdo, wasn't It was the one where she wrote it in piano and then reproduced the whole thing with just lyrics, just human voices, and it was like this incredible art piece, and it was beautiful, and it didn't suck, and it was very sort of high concept art. I would put it on the same caliber of art as Britney Spears' Toxic, which was none of those things. But they're just for different purposes, right? Like one of them, everybody can vibe to, and the other, the people who appreciate it most are the people who are trying to do similar things. And those are two
Like the
different.
innovator, early adopter versus the laggard music.
Well, so that implies like a chronological sort of profile, right?
Well, not everything crosses the chasm, right?
Well, just different audiences, right?
Like, right. I wouldn't say different because there's a lot of comedians nowadays that are like getting. I don't know if you're familiar with who Andrew Schultz is, but he's a pretty big comedian and he's very controversial, and he's actually utilizing like the TikTok platform, to get a bigger following and to, he has podcasts with people on there. It's just like, he does funny shit that's not, he's not on stage. He's just, expanding his brand. And I feel like, a lot of these comedians, if they don't start managing their social media presence a little bit more and stop relying on stand up comedy and like not putting themselves out there, they're going to get left behind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with Quinn, he released because he looked at all the albums out there. He released a hip hop comedy album where it was like hip hop instrumentals and his jokes, right? So it's a risk, but I think it's interesting what happens if you don't take a risk. It's almost like if you don't take these small risks, you don't even realize that you're getting left behind until it's too late.
So I hear that, and to me, this is sort of an extrapolation of that whole concept. I think we spoke about it a couple of weeks ago around the whole idea of like content is king versus curation is king.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You can have a piece of content, and that's fine. It can be the most incredible content in the world, but the caliber of the content doesn't necessarily mean it's going to perform in terms of the amount of humans that are going to see it, and whether or not a particular algorithm on a particular platform is going to promote that based on the engagement rates or the emojis that you click on it or whatever, right? And
use the algorithm. Yeah. But yes, sorry, Ruben, Medulla from Bjork.
Yeah, album. Medulla, that's one. Yeah.
But I think it was maybe 8, but it was mostly minimalist, and it was actually interesting to a point.
Yeah, well, so like that's a beautiful piece of art to me, but I can see why it never got commercial success, and I think that's the thing. It's like, are you defining the value of something based on album sales or whether it got onto like the total and complete racket of any music chart system ever created by anyone, or are you defining it by like the intensity of appreciation of a particular subgroup of the humans, right? There's like, there's this concert called G3. Is anybody familiar? If I'm right,
no,
very nobody should be familiar with this unless you're a guitar nerd. So sorry, I interrupted there, Mr. Rogers. So G3 is like the guitarist, and they get together and they play for like 2 or 3 hours on guitar masturbation for like, that's all they do basically. You got like Joe Satriani, you got Petrucci from Dreamforce, you've got like some other like Yngwie Malmsteen was in it one time. And
Guthrie Govan dude is on another level, dude.
Sorry?
One of the G3s, Guthrie Govan.
I'm unfamiliar, but he was like one of the guest guitarists on one of the tours?
Yeah. I saw this guy do a guitar lecture, and it's like the best. Hold on, I'm gonna put it to the top. Keep going. Because I knew about Crossroads, the guitar festival, but not this.
Yeah. Well, so the basic premise is that you've got somebody who is like invested their whole life into this instrument, and they've got really good at doing all of the techniques and so on. But like, if you actually listen to any of the songs that are being played, no way in hell is that going to be on like an actual like radio station that people are just vibing out to, because it's all like, it's very impressive. But it's also what my grandmother would have called 10 tons of talent with nowhere to go, right? And so I think it's fair to say that there is art that both the art that is created for other like hyper technician enthusiasts and the art that is created for the mass market, right? Mariah Carey's "All I Want for Christmas Is You," one of the most successful songs in history commercially, but not exactly like the highest art form from a technical standpoint necessarily. It's a different kind of high art where it's crafted for a particular purpose, and it does that purpose very well, right? For commercial reasons, is beyond the sort of, you know.
Yeah, it's music for the commute to the mall.
Right. And so I think that song is an incredible song, and I would put it right up there as one of the greatest songs of all time, even though I fucking hate the song. I can't stand it. But like, it's a very, very well crafted song for its purpose. And so I can see how, the shifting landscape of the stand-up comedians who spent all this time understanding how to work the crowd, understanding how to get that push-pull, timing, pacing, all that kind of stuff. All like these really sort of hyper-granular techniques for engagement in the moment and having this particular sort of highly curated experience with a super engaged audience might sort of look at the TikTok, like super staged things that like have like the what they would define as like a cheap giggle, right? I can see how they would look down upon that from their highbrow sort of approach, but I can also see how that, like you were saying, Mr. Rogers, comedy is evolving, and I think it's as much to do with the curation of it as it is the content itself. That's
Wow, good
my
point.
hot take.
Wow. So you're saying the curation is as much as a part of popularity as the content itself, perhaps, at this point?
But so much more so than the actual content.
That's interesting. The algorithm is the
determinant variable.
Yeah, right. It determines the observation itself.
Yes, sir. Which is why I think like the Mitch Hedberg style would have done so much better in today's environment than when he came up with it, which is like, 80s, 90s.
Yeah, but those guys were the pioneers, bro. Like they pioneered comedy. Like they made it, what it was. They, just like with anything, right? I'm sure the guys who had the freaking hand-driven screwdriver would look at a dude with the freaking cordless screwdriver and say, he would look down upon that shit. You know what I mean? So, like,
Right.
it's just, it's just like, for instance, like, I still appreciate like, the old school classic comedies. I used to listen to like the Def Jam Comedy Jam or whatever it's called, and I used to listen to a lot of that stuff. Patrice O'Neill. Freaking when Bernie Mac used to be really good. Um, Eddie Murphy in his prime. Freaking Martin Lawrence. All those guys, and I could still appreciate it. Like they had to go through the trenches of like going. So they had to go to the Apollo. A lot of them, and a lot of the times they got fucking booed, and they had to keep going, and it's just a different experience. But I mean, a lot of them, if you look at them, they've actually been embracing like the greats. Like they're actually been embracing like the social media aspect of everything, and you know, and they like it because they're able to push more content to people. And I mean, at the end of the day, the people are going to decide what's good and what's not good. Like if you're not putting great content out there, it's not going to get seen. Like even if you want it to get seen, like it's just not like people like I don't know how to explain it.
I hear you, man. Yeah. And by the way, the Apollo, to me, I think is like, I have no intention of being a comedian, but if I were, the Apollo would be one of those sort of milestones. If you can do the Apollo, man, you can do anywhere. IMO. Also, I sometimes I compare my wife, lady person, to like the lady Caucasian version of Patrice O'Neill. For the 2% of the population who understand that.
You know what's the old school Patrice O'Neill radio clips? Those are dangerous, dude. Just the stuff on the radio and the audio was terrible, but the comedy is
right. Yeah, and that's and so you can see how like somebody who's doing Patrice O'Neill's type humor, right? The abrasive, highly opinionated, divisive type humor.
Yeah, he was like the original Andrew Tate, right? Like in a lot of ways. A lot of people would think.
Yeah, and so, but like, how fast would a white dude doing Patrice O'Neill type humor get canceled today if he was doing that on the various social platforms?
Yeah, that's a true thing. I mean, I'm in Toronto, right? So that shit wouldn't fly in a lot of places. It's interesting though. It's like there's port city comedy, and then there's like rural comedy.
Right.
And if you're in the city a lot, you forget that there's like, you know what I mean? There's like these small towns that have a bit of a larger Overton window.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then the downtown comics go to the rural areas and they bomb their ass off because none of the highbrow stuff works. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And the thing too, like back then, like, you know, if you were at like that comedy special, you know, it's because you wanted to be there. You know, it wasn't pushed in front of you. Like you wanted to be there. You sought after this guy. You heard him somewhere, and you decided to go to the show. And like nowadays, like it's just literally based off the algorithm. If a lot of people like it, it'll get pushed. You know, and if it gets pushed enough, then people might say that they don't like it, and then they'll try to cancel it and do all this different stuff. So like people are it's starting like to tiptoe the boundaries of like,
yeah,
it's putting like content in front of you that you don't like to kind of like, I don't know why it does that. It's weird. It's so weird.
So I have a theory. I have a theory on that. If you put yourself in the shoes of Facebook, have you ever noticed when you're looking at your feed that a lot of the stuff that it'll surface at the top will be some form of extremism on any side. And the premise that I think there is like if I'm Facebook and I want people to stay on Facebook so that they see more ads, so that I make more increased value to the shareholder, right? Am I going to put in, if I'm going to try to measure oranges and apples to fucking potato chips, right? Because I don't have an AI that's nearly sort of sophisticated enough to understand the nuances of human expression and where value people are going to derive from. What I can measure is whether or not somebody reads something or scrolls past it or clicks the like button or clicks the angry button or writes a comment or whatever, right? And so the event tracking for that, which is really the only thing that the algos, at least today's algos, can be built for. It tends to optimize for engagement rate of any kind. And the more divisive a piece of content is, the higher the likelihood that it's going to get comments from both sides of a polarizing issue, whether it's an angry emoji or somebody's hot take or like a voice of reason or whatever. And so it sort of incentivizes an environment where the crazier the shit is that you have to say, the more likely people are going to read it and be like, well, I have an opinion on that, right?
Dude, that makes total sense because like that's why I got off. I don't use Facebook at all. Like I have it, but I don't use it at all. I think I have like over like a million. I think I have like 200 like notifications on there just because I don't get on there and like look at anything because of that shit. Because eventually it got to the point where I was like, fuck. I was like, I thought my friends were cool. I fucking hate these bitches now.
Sorry, guys. I'm a real person here. Give me 1 second. Sorry, there was an 8-year-old who was asking if the bathrooms were open. What'd I miss?
Nothing. But yeah, man. No, I understand what you were saying though about the comedy stuff. It's an art. Like there's different art forms. It's like art, right? Like for instance, like they have like certain art that's like it's beautiful and it's amazing, but there's only like a select crowd that appreciate that form of art. And then you have other art that's like, it's hip and it's cool, like Banksy stuff. Banksy stuff is fucking cool as fuck. It's just graffiti art and stuff like that. And a lot of people copy it and do similar stuff, but it's Banksy. You know what I mean? Because he's the first guy
Right.
that did it. He's the first guy that did it, and now it's super popular. Even though a lot of like actual artists, they don't think that graffiti art or like street art is art. They don't believe that it's art. You know what I mean? But it is. It's just a different form of art, and it's been around for a long time, and it's barely getting recognition. Like street art is like, you know, the type of art style that they used to have back in the day. It's finally getting recognition from the 80s when it like first started with like the hip hop and graffiti art movement and stuff like that. So it's it's just evolving, and it's a lot of stuff is going to start circulating and shit. Who knows, dude? I mean, maybe freaking traditional art will come back. You know what I mean? Maybe it's going to be start becoming more valuable, especially with NFTs and stuff like that coming out. Maybe there's already companies that are trying to tokenize art and stuff like that, like physical art pieces. So I mean, I feel like all the stuff's gonna start coming back.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I feel like the
Yo, we lost you.
Yep. Sometimes I don't say anything because usually it's my phone. He's giving us the secret to the universe right now.
I know, bro. Sometimes like when nobody says anything, I'll be talking my ass off, and then they'll be like, "Yo, we can't hear you," and I'm like, "Oh fuck, I don't even feel like saying this shit again."
Ruben's giving us like the updated theory of relativity. No, it's cubed, not squared. Just can't hear it. Either that, or we just ran out of battery. That does happen. Wow. What time
I
is
know,
it?
dude. When I run out of battery, bro, I feel like a crackhead. I'm like looking for the charger. I'm like, where's that fucking charger at? Where's that? I only got 1%. I need to fucking charge this bitch now. And when you put it in, you're like, oh fuck.
Oh man. Oh man. Here's the dangerous thing about um the danger hold on. The dangerous thing about Twitter Space is that anyone can clip anything. So I'm just looking at like what Dan quoted. He quoted fart facts, and you're the one talking.
That's cool. That's cool. You can use me. Use me and abuse me, daddy.
It's so funny because I told I think it was Sandra who we were talking to today, and I told her that one of the companies that uh, I talked to today was called IT Harvest, and she's like, "I don't like the word harvest."
Oh, dude, I was there. I was there.
Oh man, it's nothing. It's
The the how like what triggered you to like like immediately when you hear the word harvest, you're like, fucking, they're harvesting fucking organs, like
Iraq.
like you just immediately go to like the most fucking darkest part of your mind, like
And the harvest is supposed to be like the thing that sustains us, like the solstice, man.
exactly.
How you gonna diss the solstice? Wow.
Yo, Laskoshi, what's up, bro? I haven't heard you say a word.
Yeah, turn my mic on accident. There's a porcupine living in the shed under it.
Nice, bro. You should name him Sonic or Knuckles. Actually, I fucks with Knuckles more. I fucks with Knuckles more.
No, man, that's Sonic 3. Yo, do you know how deep people are into Sonic, dude?
Dude, the movie, have you seen the movie, bro? That shit's it's pretty
Dude,
clean, bro. With
no,
Dr. Robotnik. Oh,
there's like this whole like fan fiction dark Sonic shit. It's crazy. I saw a documentary on it.
dude, I love that. I love like the conspiracy theories that people come up with. Dude, I fucking love it. Like, have you heard of like the Rugrats theories and like all those other ones?
What the Rugrats?
Have you heard of it?
No.
So like the Rugrats theory is like everybody that's in the family, like Stu, like the reason he was making toys and stuff like that was because like Tommy was actually like dead, and like all the kids that were like playing with each other, they were all like dead kids,
Jesus.
and like the family members and stuff like that were like memories and stuff like that. So they have like weird like stuff like weird stuff like that. But there's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of like little theories and stuff like that. But I mean, I wouldn't doubt it that somebody would make it like that, because Disney did that stuff for years, and now
Dude,
they're putting like disclaimers on their freaking original videos that are telling people that like the certain depictions and certain things like within the stuff and certain like metaphors or things like that were from like time periods like back then, and the thinking is different nowadays, and you know what I mean. Like they have to put that stuff because people are starting to they can see it now.
Stark, dude. But at the same time, it's like, you know, I had this idea that if I was born to the same parents with the same body in the same part of the world, I'd probably think like them.
Oh, exactly. You would
Like,
totally think like them.
like
Like, dude, I
people.
have I have friends that think like completely different from from what I do. Like, I had a
Mhm.
friend. He moved from Wisconsin. We moved from Wisconsin. His dad was like the manager of like this plant. Like, he had a cush ass life. He was a white boy, and he was a white dude, and he was my best friend. He's still a good friend of mine. His name was Caleb, and he comes. We met, and like when I would go to his house, like we would always go to his house, and his parents like they always had snacks, they always had everything. This dude had like a whole freaking upstairs media room, like the game room, like a big ass game room, like probably like a little like the size of a small apartment, bro. It was fucking huge. It was all his. Like that was his. They gave him a big ass fucking flat screen TV. Like they freaking spoiled this cat, and like his views of life were like completely fucking different from mine. Like I would tell him stuff like he just wouldn't believe me. Like he would just think I'm like full of shit. And I would tell him, I'll be like, yo, I'm like Caleb, like you don't believe like there's anything such like you don't have any privilege or anything like that. He's like, no, I don't know what that is. I don't believe privilege exists. And I'm like, bro, you had like two, you had two cars repossessed. You're fucking I was like, you almost foreclosed on your house. You're backed up on like your credit, and you got a house before I did, bro. I don't have half the shit that you have, and you don't believe privileges exist, bro.
Oh my God.
I was like, you don't believe privilege exists, and me and my buddy were just like, bro, it's real, dude. He's like, He's like, what do you mean? And he's like, I was like, Caleb, my parents, like, I don't have a dad like yours. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Like, I don't have a dad like yours that could freaking just fork up, all this money to like, to help me cover my debts and stuff like that. Like, I'm kind of stuck. And this was like 6 years ago, and he freaking, and he started. He finally understood what I was talking about because he got hit where it hurt him the most. Because when he got his house payment, it was cheap. Well, they, every year they revalue the land, and how the houses are, and his home went up, his property taxes went up. Well, he kept rolling it into the property, into the payment, and it got so out of hand he couldn't do it anymore. He had to move.
Yeah, fuck.
Yep, he had to fucking move, and but guess what? He got another house because his dad fucking swooped him out of that shit. And I'm just like, oh my god, must be nice. I was like, shit, I'm trying. But the funny thing is that I never like hated him, or like I never had any hard feelings towards him because of it. I just like wish that he understood that his life was like completely different from mine. But he never did. He never did. We disagreed. We just stopped talking altogether because like he was just oblivious to like the fact that, you know, like I'm not just saying white privilege either. I'm saying like just actual like privilege, like
Mhm.
like wealthy. Like, your parents have enough money to freaking, to take care of you and stuff like that. And like for you just to not acknowledge that, there's certain things that come along with that. Like that's the same stuff that I want to do for my kids. And my kids, yeah, they're gonna be privileged. I mean, do I want to teach them to be better? Of course, but you know, it's just, for him not to be able to see that he had like privilege, it was just kind of weird.
Yeah, it's almost. I think there are certain things that people can't know. Like, I used to. I remember like really being torn up over my dad passing. And then I realized, oh, wait a minute. I was lucky to have a dad. My best friend doesn't even have a dad, you know? And it really kind of put things like when that switched from me like being sad that he wasn't there to being grateful that I had one in the fucking first place. Like it changed my complete perspective on things.
Yeah, exactly, exactly, dude. I wish I had a dad. I had a dad. Like I called him dad, but like I never had like a father figure, like someone
Mhm.
to teach me to do shit. You know what I mean? So like most of the stuff that I had to learn was either on my own or from my uncles or from like my mom, but my mom was always leaning on my uncles. So, I learned from my uncles, but I'm not their kid. So I only got treated as a nephew. You know what I mean? So I never got the privileges of being like, I was like their son. I was
Yeah.
their son without the privileges. You know what I mean? So like when I saw my cousins, like, I was really close to my uncles, but I saw my cousins with nice shit. Like, they all had like brand new laptops and, brand new TVs, Xboxes. They had like whatever they wanted. And and I couldn't just be like, yo, uncle, like, can you hook me up? Because it's my uncle, he's not my dad. So,
Yeah.
and like I told my cousin one time, I was like, yo, I was like, you're fucking lucky, bro. He's like, why? And I was like, because I was like, your fucking dad pays for all your shit. I was like, you need to pay attention and fucking respect him and stop fucking off. Because he was like being stupid and like doing stupid shit. And I was just like, dude, your dad's like takes care of all your bills, bro. He bought him a brand new house. He bought him a house in college, and it's just him by himself, a 3 bedroom house, him by himself with a fucking dog. Who does that? Who does that, bro? Who buys their freaking kid a freaking house instead of just having them like live in like a little apartment or some shit?
Dude,
He
man.
bought him a house, bro. Like, come on, that's privilege, bro. Come on.
Dude, when I was going to U of T, some of the kids had better cars than the professors.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They bought him a freaking Toyota FJ. Like they
Oh,
bought him a nice ass Toyota FJ,
it's
and
nice.
then he told him, he told him, hey dad, um, I don't like the FJ anymore. And then they bought him a brand new Honda Accord.
Oh man, that FJ was nice when it first came out. The two tone.
No, I know. They fucking. I'm like, oh my god, like, and my uncle. The funny thing is, my uncle. He the reason he does it is because he feels guilty because he worked his whole life away, and he never got to see his kids. So like he's trying to buy their affection back and like buy their stuff back. Like it's he's trying to make up for the time by spending money pretty much. So
I as we wind down, I found another stupid but funny joke that makes me laugh. I put it at the top. It's about a brain scan. Hi, yo. It's like 20 to 1 a.m. out here.
oh shit.
Let's slowly pack it in. The good thing all the MP3s downloaded from the previous spaces, so there's like 63 recordings. And if it's like 4 hours each, then that's like,
Where have you been uploading all the content that you're creating off of it?
well, so there's this website called Flogen, and it generates MP3s from the recordings automatically. So now that I have the recordings, remember we were talking to Amy at Mood Connect?
Yeah. Mood Connect, yeah.
Yeah, so I said, all right, so let's, if you want your data analyst to have some fun or your data scientist, I have like 200 to 300 hours of content. Want to see if the sentiment analysis can find the best parts instead of me having to listen to 300 hours? And she's like, sure. I'm like, all right, let's do it. So I put all the files in the Google Drive and we'll see what she has to show us soon. I'm optimistic.
Yeah, that's gonna be nice.
Dude, I think,
I wonder how it's gonna utilize the MP3 in order to like to gauge that.
well,
Hmm.
I think at this point, what they're doing is converting the MP3 to text and doing a sentiment on the text. So it's not on the audio itself per se, but just the text itself. But if the text can show me where the best parts are along 300 hours, can you imagine the savings of time? Especially if we would like find all the
Yeah.
gold. Man,
Well, the reason I was saying audio is because like you, I mean, you can tell like when certain people are like talking and stuff like that. You can see whenever they start to like actually get into it, like their pitch changes, you know, their demeanor, their voice changes, like they just become more confident and they can, you know, they just start delivering better presentations or, you know, they just start talking a little bit differently and they you can just feel like a sense like a different aura coming off them. You know what I mean? Like you can just see it.
yeah,
But
yeah.
that's
That's how the first inkling that people are lying to me when they change the dictionary they're using, right? So they'll start with one dictionary and then they'll move over to a completely different dictionary, right? And it's like, hey, what happened there? Right?
yeah.
How come change up the whole lexicon all of a sudden? There must be something interesting here. Tell me more.
Hey, but that's a skill though. You got to be able to do that.
It's funny because I was playing on Met today. There was someone that I met with, and half an hour of just chatting turned into like an opportunity. And when I started doing the writing, um, I realized that although I wish I could show someone else how to do this, I'm not sure if I can just like show someone how to do this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because you've been working on it for so fucking long.
Fucking long. It's like, hey, I do that. I don't know, fucking 20 years of
That's your
reading
fucking
books.
baby, bro. That's your fucking baby. You're like trying to teach someone how to take care of your baby. You're gonna be like a fucking like a overprotective mama bear. You're gonna be like, no, bitch, you gotta do it like this.
The
I
thing is,
didn't develop this for you to screw it up.
well, it's just like, you know, if you screw something up here because you're dealing with like a fucking actual executive, it's like, yeah, that's too valuable, dog. You know, this is way too valuable. And then when I realized like just a level of conversation, right? Like
Yeah,
even
you gotta build your empire first before you start giving out the sauce.
before you start like, you know, and even then, it's just like, I've been talking to Zach, and he's been teaching me the military decision making process. And so instead of like talking about, oh, this is the customer journey, I was like, this is the mission with the end state that must be achieved within 15 seconds of the user experience. You know what I mean? Like it's completely, and these guys, because they were military, they appreciated it. They're like, oh, yes, yes, we understand missions, right? So, how the fuck can I teach them? You know what I mean? Like, I started trying to write it, the theory of metaphor frameworks, and it's just like, I can write it down a piece of paper, but that doesn't mean even if you memorize everything that you might be anywhere better off. Like I fucking went from financial advisor to director to fucking stand-up comedian and then back to software sales and failing with startups. Like, if you think I say something smart, it's because I failed a fucking lot, dude. And I've been around some motherfuckers for a while. And I don't know how to just turn that light on for someone. I wish I could. I could do less work.
You can. You'll find somebody. I mean, it's just gonna take time. I mean, shit. Look how long it took you to freaking. Look how long it took you to master what you do, right? To finally get to the point where you can say that you're a master because you put in the amount of hours, the amount of time for it takes to become a master. So, eventually someone will come down the road that you actually see has potential. But it's gonna be someone that chooses you, right? You're not gonna choose them. Like it's just gonna happen
It's like,
whimsically. It's just gonna freaking happen, and
huh,
then they're gonna freaking just be under your wing, and that's how it's gonna go, bro.
you are the wind beneath my wings. I'm looking over this VGX thing right now. I think they published what I got the documents, black helicopters.
Bro, bro, the whole VGX thing is all fucking fucked up. The
Yeah.
FDI, yeah, and the FDIC, like they literally came out and stated that Voyager needs to stop saying that shit.
You saw that shit? That shit broke my heart, dude.
Yeah, bro, they're like, you need to. They pretty much told them they were like, "Hey, bitches, y'all need to stop saying that shit." What?
What?
What? They said, "Don't be putting my name in your mouth, bitch. Keep my name out your mouth,
That
bitch."
keep my name out of your mouth.
Bro, that's what they said. Keep my name out your mouth, bitch. That's what they told them. See that all that legal freaking jargon. They just need to just say it how it is.
Out the window.
Yeah, that's what we need, bro. We need someone to freaking translate this freaking like the legal jargon and like give it real, give it raw. That's what they said. DGX, I mean FDIC, they straight up said, "Keep my
Yeah, it's
name off your mouth,
like,
bitch."
yeah, FDIC. Nah, it wasn't me. It's just it just seems like it's such a weird thing that only after all of this happens that they say that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because that's a lot of fucking money, dude. That's a lot of money. And they were trying to say it was FDIC insured for every customer.
What the
Bro, imagine trying to put claims on freaking, you know, let's say that let's say that 500,000 people had claims for up to $250,000.
So is the cold truth that not in the USDC is safe at this point? That's fair to say.
I mean, it's only safe if Voyager decides that they want to release those funds.
Those funds don't exist no more, though.
They still exist because they're still in the wallet. There's a one-to-one backing of 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 uh, USDC.
Oh shit! So it's more of a subordination of creditors at this point.
Yeah, they're just holding the money. They're literally holding the money. They don't want to release it. They can, but the FDIC already said that they need to release those funds. They need to release any funds that are like the U.S. dollar. Like they have to release that. They already told them that they need to. And then the USDC circle, they said that they think that Voyager should have already released those funds. They just don't know why they haven't yet. Because it's a crypto token. But my assumption is that because they didn't have enough dollars, so they don't have enough dollars, right? So like that's the problem with these exchanges. So with these exchanges, because they have various liquidity across exchanges, let's say if I want to arbitrage and I take my freaking tokens to another exchange and I want to take money out, like if I want to, let's say I want to swap ETH um, for $100. Well, if I arbitrage and I take my money to another exchange and I swap ETH for $100, I'm taking out $100 from their liquidity pool. So I'm taking $100 from their liquidity pool. So if a lot of people are going to one exchange and taking money out of their liquidity pool, that's when those bank runs can ensue. Like everybody was trying to take their money off platforms. You know what I mean? So when everybody's trying to take their money off platforms, that's whenever you run out of money, and that's what happened with Voyager. They just don't have enough money to like cash everybody out in dollars. They don't have enough dollars for the crypto that's on the platform. So if people want to cash out crypto, there's not enough dollars to do it.
I heard that the guy in charge of Celsius tried to leave the country and they didn't let him.
Oh yeah, they stopped them at the airport.
Oh my god! Can you imagine being that close though? Right? You
Bro,
just
this
have
guy,
on
bro, he
this.
could just easily get like a private plane,
Yeah.
fly over to freaking Canada real quick at night. Like, come on.
Come on, dude. You don't know a single fucking Colombian. Like,
Exactly, bro. There's tunnels. Come on. There's tunnels, bro. Come on. We dug them hoes.
that's the most Mexican thing I've ever heard you say. Oh my god. I'm just reading this shit now.
Yeah, dude, he freaking tried to flee. Well, I don't know what he was trying to do, but that's what they said. They said he was trying to flee. But the whole thing that this motherfucker was like committing fraud and shit. He was like selling like unlicensed securities and like doing like lending out money without a freaking broker dealer's license or like any sort of license, like doing
Yeah.
all this crazy shit. Like he was literally lending out money to borrowers and like doing all sorts of shit without the proper licensing. So he was committing fraud, and yeah, that's where they're at. And these Celsius people, they think that they're in a good position, but they're not. The guy has a mining company, like a crypto mining company that he could have easily sold to help get him out of the situation, but he hasn't. I mean, he does not have their best interest, that's for sure.
Alex missions.
And I'm not saying that Steve has ours either. So I don't know what the fuck they're doing. You know,
Yeah, it's
maybe
not
he
even.
is. Maybe Steve is trying to do good. You know, maybe he knows he fucked up, so he's trying to do everything he can. But I don't know. I guess we won't know until the end of it all. You know what I mean? Till the final verdict and see what happens. That's why I'm not trying to say nothing about Voyager or anything. There's nothing negative to say. They fucked up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They fucked up. They lent out too much money, and we're paying for it. But at the end of the day, you know, what are you supposed to do about it? What can you do about it
It's
besides wait?
because when I was talking to, I think his name Brad Genesis, he was saying that um, if you come from a traditional finance background and try to do technical analysis on Bitcoin, it's like a different animal completely.
It is a different animal because like charts are like 6 months faster.
Right.
So like picture like twice the freaking price action of of the traditional stock market because it's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, nonstop, and it gets influenced by everything. It gets influenced by economic events, by political events, every fucking thing it gets influenced by.
So it's like trying to tell the weather.
Exactly. So like, who would have thought that freaking Russia would have started stockpiling fucking Bitcoin and like caused like price action to occur, or like people would have just started buying Bitcoin to send money to freaking Ukraine. You know what I mean? Like it's the most like it's super volatile, but that's why people make so much money on it. But then again, people fuck themselves over because they freaking try to short something that's unpredictable. Like there's no predicting crypto because crypto is not driven by traditional systems. It's all driven by emotions now. It's a emotion driven economy now. That's what we're living in. Even stocks, to a certain extent, are starting to become emotion driven. Now you got the freaking GameStop and AMC crowd, pumping something that I mean technically I don't see the need for a GameStop. That company should just go away. It's not needed anymore. But AMC's okay. I like going to the movies. But yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, you know what I mean. It's kind of weird.
adversarial gambling.
Yeah, pretty much, bro. Pretty
Yeah.
much. It's like people are like trying to pick and like the retail investors trying to pick and choose which companies should survive based off their fucking opinions and not like actual facts. Like
So they
like
get
this
too.
company like GameStop was freaking negative in revenue for like fucking years, and they freaking wanted to pick it up. Like, why? This company's dying. Everybody's going to digital. They don't want to go into a store no more.
Well, I should probably change the name of this thing because whatever I leave the name at, it like sticks on it. Nietzsche.
Bro, that looked like something else. It didn't look like Nietzsche.
That's what I could. That's how I spell Nietzsche. can't even hear the both of you about it, knowing that this guy did his PhD in it, and Matthew's like, yeah, fuck that guy.
Dude, he totally shit on him. He was like, motherfucker, I spent fucking months. Dude, imagine, bro. Imagine spending fucking months on research and, research and planning and freaking, choreographing the perfect thesis, and you have everything written out, and you fucking,
It's
fucking, somebody comes and just shits on it.
just, and it's like, it's like 9 o'clock, and he had a semi good day. Hey, what's going on Monday? Hey, let's go talk to some people. And then you jump into the room. Everything you know is a lie. Ah, fuck. That was a $30,000 lie, bro. You spent $30,000 on that lie? 30 grand on that lie. Does it help you make more money? No, nobody even cares about it anymore. At least if you bought a car, you get to drive it. With his masters, what do? Do you show people? Not really. People make fun of me when I have a philosophy master.
Damn, you spent months on something you can't even talk to anybody about.
You're cackling so hard, it's hard to even follow what you're saying.
So Matthew was
I'm a cackling guy.
he's a warlock. Matthias was talking to Anthony about Nietzsche, and Matthias goes like, Nietzsche's a bitch, right? And Anthony was like, they start going back and forth, and in the background, like Matthias doesn't know this, but like Anthony did his part of his thesis on Nietzsche, right? So we were just laughing over the fact that Anthony spent all this time getting the degree, and Matthias like Nietzsche's a bitch. And just invalidate the entire experience. I clipped a bunch of them. That's why I like the clipping feature. The thing with the Syndicate is, I don't care if we get any business done. I just want to laugh about things like Bitcoin and stuff like Ruben. As long as Dan does the weather and Ruben speaks Japanese every once in a while, Matthias calls philosophers a bitch, I'm good. Anything else that happens is a bonus.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Like things will happen when they happen. Like just let it happen. It'll just happen when it occurs.
That's what he said.
What did he say?
Let it happen.
When it occurs?
In its due time. See? This is what I like. All that other shit. It's like, the thing with the blockchain is that it's our benevolent leader, and it's so much better than being governed by human beings. It's like infallible. It's like, man, I just want to talk about fucking Mitch Hedberg and, dogs are forever in the push-up position.
Bro, but it's just weird because like they take it like to the most extreme, bro. Like I was in a freaking Bitcoin space, and like one of the guys was like, you know what, guys? I'm big on gun rights. I think it's best that everybody, you might want to start considering getting yourself one of these here guns because we got to protect our assets. I'm like, motherfucker, it's Bitcoin.
That's hilarious. Dude, I can't go into the spaces anymore. Sometimes I go for Zach, and I'll be like, "All right, Zach, I'm out. Can't do it." I try to follow KC around, and I feel bad because I'll leave the space. It's like, dude, I can't do it no more. I just can't. I'm trying. Sometimes I'll like come back and be like, all right, you should be nice, man. Your friend's talking in the space. Gotta go support KC. And it's like, nah, man, I can't.
Yeah, dude, it's just because you like funny shit too. Like I love laughing, dude. Laughing is amazing. I fucking love just laughing all fucking day. Just and then me and my buddy, we still have serious conversations, but we just we always make it funny. Like whether it'd be the most serious shit, and we'll just fucking make it funny.
Right? It's not. The thing is, like, people real like. I've decided to laugh instead of cry. So if I'm laughing, that doesn't mean I don't see it as tragic. You know what I mean? Which
Yeah,
just
dude, that's me, bro. I'm always laughing. I'm like, oh, I'm like, yeah, damn, that's fucked up. That's fucked up.
weird. Even last night, I was looking at the Solana hack, right? I'm like, how the fuck somebody get the private keys? That can't be good. Like, the source of the Solana exploit appears to be linked to Slope allegedly storing private keys as plain text on a server. In plain text. Who's I talking to this about? That the technology is better than the founders at this point?
That was me.
It's been so long. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I know. It's true. It's true. It's true, man. It's true. That's why That's why I appreciate. That's why I can really appreciate like CEOs and founders that appoint like other people to run business um when Steve Jobs was kind of like he knew that he needed someone else because he was like on his way out and
Mhm.
and he just got to the point in his career where he just couldn't do it anymore and he knew that and he could have kept going until he died but he freaking he kind of like released the reins to Tim Cook and like Tim Cook's been freaking awesome and like they're
Really?
still you know what I mean.
I thought maybe you were gonna mention Google, when you give the Schmidt instead of Page.
Yeah, Schmidt.
No,
Wow.
I despise Google. I don't like Google at all. I hate Google.
It was funny when they actually were forced to kind of change their motto to "Don't be evil," from "Don't be evil" to get rid of that.
Be like, we tried. It doesn't work post IPO all that well.
That's like the same. That's the case. Like the technologies, that's the exact same case. The technology is better than the founders by far.
So, how do you keep your company from getting, you're a nimble jet ski and you can zip all over the place, and you turn into a big cruise ship and you end up just running aground. How do you stay small? How do you not turn into Microsoft and Facebook? How do you not have that happen?
The problem isn't that like that they don't let it happen. I mean, that's fine if they want to let it happen. It's just the ethical things that they do and the different shit that they do that you know defeats the whole purpose of why they even started it in the beginning. Like they start to deviate away from the actual vision that they first had in the beginning. You know, like that's why I can appreciate like great minds. Like Like I don't care what anybody says. I like Jeff Bezos. They can say he's a piece of shit. I like that dude. He's an innovator. He's there's stuff that I don't agree with, like his political views and stuff like that. Like he's a big Republican like contributor and shit like that. And I'm not that I have anything against Republicans, but there's a lot of stuff that I don't like about them either. But it's just that's the point. Um, but he's just an innovator and he's a great mind, and he still has like this vision of making like everything like more accessible and more convenient, and I fucks with that. I want a more convenient life.
There's a great video of him. I'll try to find it later. It's on YouTube. He still had hair, and Amazon had only been around for a little while, and they were still doing mostly books. And the interviewer was like, who are you? What is your name and what do you do? And he's like, I'm Jeff Bezos. I'm the founder of Amazon. And then they say, well, how did you come up with this idea? And he was like, we thought we he was working for like an investor or a hedge fund or something and with money, but then he was like, well, we looked at all the things. We knew the internet was a big new thing, and like, well, what can we sell on the internet? And then we looked at, well, what's the thing with the most individual units to sell? And he was like, books. There are more numbers of books than anything else to sell. And so we figured, well, we'll sell books. And it's brilliant.
Yeah, dude, he's fucking brilliant, dude.
Because
Like
you can't sell
those
all the books in one bookstore. You had to have like
exactly, bro.
a handful of books in your store, and then you had to like order everything else. And Amazon, it was like perfect place to squeeze in and say, no, we want to sell all the books.
Exactly, dude. Like,
They,
I mean, think about
and they
just
used to used
anything,
books.
but just anything in general. Anything in general. You can get anything in general. Like, if you need a certain tool or a certain item for your house, they have like so many different varieties of that item. And like even now, like you could even like I've even used this before on their app where they have like an AR mode where like you can view it in your freaking living room, and I've done it.
Oh, and then
Like
after
multiple
they
times.
after they made all this, computer systems to run their business, they were like, wait a minute, we've had to figure out how to make these giant server farms. Let's just, spin this off and into another business on its own. Now you have Amazon Web Services. Probably, what percentage of their business is Amazon Web Services?
Dude, I have no idea, but there's a lot of talk in the Bitcoin community that Amazon's running freaking mining out of their web services. I mean, out of their freaking server farms whenever they're not being in use, and they're like using them as nodes and stuff. It's pretty crazy.
It's interesting how other companies like Facebook and Google, when they start to optimize on how to be the most profitable, because they're an advertisement business model, they always tend to go evil. You know, Amazon wanted to optimize and we want to make the most money selling stuff, and they went in a completely different direction.
Yeah, because they have a whole ecosystem of things. They have Prime delivery service. They have like they like they're still ethical. I mean I don't see them doing anything that's not like fucking ethical. They still yeah, I mean maybe they could freaking do a little bit more for the employees, but dude, the employees get really good benefits and they get paid fucking well. Like, dude, they get paid well. I mean, fuck, dude, they get paid pretty fucking good. Like, if I could work another job, and I would work at Amazon. I'm actually, I am actually about to. I just signed up for that Amazon Flex. I'm gonna go try that out just to make some extra cash on the side. Um, just stack some dough. But yeah, dude, they have so many different things that their hands are in right now. They're just, it's crazy, dude. They're like taking over every industry.
I did feel bad when, like, I think it was a few years ago, they had the Amazon warehouse workers who have a little pad that says, all right, go find this item, it's in this bin, and you have like this many seconds to go there and do it. And they have to like basically like run there and get it. And then if the thing that they're looking for isn't in the bin the computer says it's in, they have to prove it by scanning everything in the bin. and then they have a time for every little thing they have to do. I think now they have the robots just bring the shelves to the workers, um, which has sped things up a lot.
Well, yeah, I mean, they had to. I mean, because everybody started. Remember, this is whenever they were utilizing FedEx and, UPS and a lot of third party, logistics places, like for transportation and stuff like that. So now, they started, buying their own vans and investing in their own stuff, and now they're not utilizing UPS and all these people. And now they're even going as far as even doing like a freaking delivery service like the Amazon Flex, where it's like Uber but for freaking Amazon. Like you just pick whatever schedule that you want to do, and then you just go do it, and they'll pay you like $100 or $200 depending on like the route and like how much it pays. But like they're just doing so much, it's crazy. But they're giving back a lot too. So I mean, I can't really complain.
Yeah, I saw if you've ever seen the robots that can scooch under the shelves and actually move them around. I saw the prototype for that years ago, and it was really amazing because they had this warehouse. This was a small company at the time, and they had like a row of workers on a row of tables, and the shelves would come to them and bring them the items, and then put the shelves back, and then seasonally the computer would figure out that, oh, it's Valentine's Day, all the stuff in the warehouse that's Valentine's related, it would shift it a little bit closer to the robots didn't have to take it as far, and this shuffling, this kind of defragging of the warehouse would automatically just happen, um, and now like it's been this was 15 years ago, and now Amazon's using these robots on super large scales, and like lots of other companies are as well, but it's pretty amazing how much these warehouses have changed because of robots scooching around shelving.
Well, yeah, they had. I mean, fuck, did they? I guess they had to. You know what I mean? The amount of growth that that company has had within like delivering stuff, especially like since COVID, dude. Everybody, no, there's so many people just deliver shit now to their houses. You know how many people there's packages always. The Amazon truck's always here, dude. Like 3 or 4 times a day, probably like three different people.
And I'm sure they've also automated where they know like all these items that are, they have a just-in-time system where you don't have to wait for your item to sometimes come from 5 states away. I'm in Florida. Half the time, the stuff's coming from somewhere else in Florida. Even like, oh, this USB cable I happened to buy, it's in Florida. I didn't know it was there. It's just there happens to be one there. And they know that X number of these cables are sold in Florida, and they're going to put like some close by just in case someone wants them. But yeah, it's interesting all the automation they've probably done to just streamline all that stuff.
Yeah, dude. I mean, shit. You could even see it at Tesla. At Tesla's manufacturing facilities, like that thing's all freaking automated, 100% from start to finish. Except for like the occasional like human interference when it comes to like certain little components and running wires and stuff like that. But yeah, it's pretty
I think
crazy.
I saw the headline like a month or two ago saying that if Tesla was selling gasoline cars, they'd be like the single most profitable car company on the planet because they've just bypassed the technology leap. They didn't have all this stuff, this money sunk into older ways of building cars, so they could just jump right ahead to like the future way of building cars.
I don't think so because you still gotta adhere to like EPA regulations, and there's just
No,
the industry is a little bit more regulated for like a gas car versus
well,
a
I was saying their cost savings of how they've streamlined how they build cars with the big castings they're doing and the layout of even the body panels, um, and the automation, like you were saying. It's stuff that the other car companies aren't able to do as easily because they've already have this money sunk into these older methods, these older like stamping machines that they were using and stuff like that.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So for the fabrication and the assembly aspect of it, they streamlined everything to make it a little bit more um
Yeah,
like yeah,
they've
exactly.
They were able to embrace the future tech that the other car company was like, that's nice and all, but we can't afford to do that because we've already spent the money doing this other stuff.
Yeah.
I think Musk said something like, it's easy to design the car. The real challenge is designing how to build a car in a large quantity.
Yeah, because they do that all in house. You know, like all these, like Ford and all these other manufacturers, they have different plants that do different stuff. They have a plant that does harnesses in one place. They have freaking a plant does a, you know what I mean? The freaking doors are made in freaking Mexico, and the freaking truck beds made in Colorado, and
yeah, and the third party suppliers that they have to keep in business.
Oh yeah, that's true for brakes. You know, for like a bunch of different stuff. For freaking hoses.
Yeah, that's why they could build rockets and research rockets at like, uh, 10 times the speed of NASA.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty nice though that they're working with NASA. I wish NASA would get more funding, but they don't.
Well, they have a contract system. They bid on contracts, and like the moon one, they just threw it out there like, oh, we'll just use Starship to do it. It's bigger than the other ones, and yeah, we'll just make it work. And they won the contract because it was reusable. The other ones, they were barely getting the job done, and Tesla, or sorry, SpaceX was like, oh yeah, it could totally do that moon thing.
Dude, it's freaking insane. Like I love seeing the video of of how they're able to get the rocket to land. Like it just seems so like Martian to see the freaking rocket landing like that. You're just like, holy shit, did that rocket just freaking land? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Well, the regular
surreal.
booster's landing is amazing on its own. The belly flop maneuver, I just enjoyed watching them explode because I knew every time they learned something new. I was hoping it seemed that they really wanted it to land successfully, so they changed their how they were doing their engine lighting at the end to like guarantee a landing. And it wasn't a perfect landing; it almost tipped over. Um, I was hoping they'd do another one that was really good, but I guess they have enough data.
Yeah, it's just interesting, like how they're able to how they're able to freaking use certain amount, like they know exactly how much thrust is needed to get it to go upright, and then how much rocket fuel that they need to inject, in order to freaking get the thruster at the
Mm.
bottom to freaking to push to have enough force to keep it from freaking going down too fast. It's just, oh man,
Yeah,
it's crazy, bro.
they say they're gonna try to get the Starship booster on the first orbital flight to land back in the claw on the first try with no testing. That's pretty amazing. At least that one can hover, so it could go. They could hover it away if they can't do it right. But their boosters now, the Falcon 9 boosters, they're an interesting case because they can't hover. They have too much thrust to hover. If they throttle down, they'll stall. So they have to do a suicide burn. They have to make sure that they arrest all of the velocity at the point that they're touching down. Because if they were to leave the engine on, they'd go back up again. They cannot throttle it down any more than they are. That's really amazing.
Are you talking about the newest one, like the recent one that they're able to angle like in midair?
I'm talking about the regular Falcon 9. The regular Falcon 9 can't throttle down more than it does. So they
Mm.
have to bleed the thrust off, bleed the momentum off, so that its velocity is zero. They touch down on the ship or when they touch down on land. And then they cut the engine. That rocket cannot hover because it is so light and the thrust can't be throttled down anymore. That you think that they
Oh,
would
so I see what you're.
would
Oh,
hover early. They would slow down like
so
100 feet above the ground,
so they're trying to
right?
do a
And then
soft landing.
and do a soft landing, but you
Yeah.
can't do that. They have to come down hard and zero it out
Yeah,
right at
they
the
just
bottom.
hit it. They hit it real
Yeah, they
hard.
just hit.
to slow down
So
enough, and then as soon as it's within a few inches, cut the engines.
the base rocket can hover, and that's part of the safety thing. They can go down and hover and make sure everything is safe before they land. And the Starship can do it too. The new Starship rocket can do that. But the Falcon 9 rocket is doing it the hard way. They have to do a suicide burn each time. Well, they're not running out of fuel, but they're cutting it.
Dude, that's fucking dope. That's kind of like that freaking that like that physics trick that they do with the bowling ball that you put in front of your face.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And
Don't
you let it
don't give it
go.
a push.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. You just let it go. That's what they're doing. They're like just trying to kiss the fucking ground and then cut the engines. And
yep,
if it's just a little bit too much, the force will just fucking crumple everything because it's so heavy.
yeah. If they had enough fuel, the Falcon 9, I guess they could do like it could go back up, get enough altitude to try to fall. But yeah, the it's a robot. It's a fancy robot. It knows how to, you know, read all of its sensors and figure out its speed and know where it's going, and that's how it can hit it. A human couldn't probably do that. I mean, it could, but they wouldn't do it every time.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's about consistency. Because I mean, the whole point of them doing this is because Elon Musk's vision of us becoming a multiplanetary species is it's going to require a lot of work and landings if he wants to achieve that. So it has to be perfect every single time and not falter at all.
Yeah, and every time they show something new, like, oh yeah, we're going to land rockets, everyone's like, that's really hard. They're never going to do it. And then they blow them up, and they blow them up, and they crash to the water, and they blow up on the ship over and over again. Then they finally did it, and then they stopped crashing. I think the last one they lost, I think they lost one that was like when they did their first Falcon Heavy, the center one, um, like missed the drone ship. They had to send it off course or something. But I think they've hit every single one. They've like some of them are gone 13 launches and landings.
Yeah, exactly.
But and now Starship seems like, wow, that belly flop thing is really risky. That's a pucker factor for sure. What would be riding on that? Um, but maybe they'll get it. Who knows?
Well, they got it
People are shaking their
once.
head before.
They got it once. It just exploded after like 5 minutes of it standing there. It just blew up.
I think the last one it actually survived and it
Yeah, it
didn't fall
landed.
over.
No,
I
but
think
it
they had a
blew up
little bit of
still.
a. I think did it blow up?
I
The
thought
last
it
one
did.
they did?
I thought it blew up like 5 minutes after it landed.
Oh wow. I knew they had one of their landing legs crumpled, but those things were like they whipped those on there at the last minute and kind of bolted them on.
Mm. Hey, dude, but I mean, it's good that they're, I mean, that belly flop maneuver. I mean, because that's a possible landing scenario. Let's say that you're coming in hot and you're freaking, you lose control of the steering
I
because you're coming
I
in,
think
you're coming in at high speeds, entering the freaking, atmosphere at freaking super high speeds, and any little,
well I
deviation
think
in
they're
of
designed that, but the
trajectory
belly
can
flop
do that.
maneuver is the only method they have to re-enter based on how much fuel they have. They're using that to increase their surface area to slow
Oh, that
down.
makes sense.
And then those little wings they have on the front and the back. When they fold them
Uh-huh.
up, they have less drag, and they put them down, they have more drag. And that's what they were doing when they were doing the belly flops. Those
Mm-hmm.
belly flops, they knew some of those were going to explode. They were collecting data on how to control the forward and back leaning based on the fins, like
Dude, that's
how
fucking
much fin they
genius.
had to give. So
Holy shit.
so that was how it's like the skydiver moving their arms and their legs to stay
Yeah.
flat and level is
Mm-hmm.
what they were collecting data on, so that in the future the robot could just do it. And then they were figuring out the flip maneuver, and each time they would tune it a little bit, and then they realized that, oh, if we can't, they had a problem lighting one of the engines. So if one doesn't light, then they were smacking too hard, and then they
Mm-hmm.
just they decided that they would light more of them and put out. They knew the other were lit or something like that. But it was they kind of realized that the way they were doing it wasn't going to work.
Yeah, dude, and that's freak. I mean, that's freak. Like I said, dude, that's innovation right there, dude. Who the hell? Like, dude, the only reason we're gonna go back to the moon and go freaking actually like put humans on the moon is if this dude makes a freaking rocket or like something large enough to like put like a civilization on it and like carry us over there. You know what I mean? So we can start
Yeah.
like freaking cultivating and terraforming. Yeah, we're gonna have to start terraforming the moon and shit like that.
Well, I don't think you can terraform the moon. It's not heavy. It's not big enough. There's no the gases can't stick to its surface. It's too light.
No,
Even
but they're
Mars
gonna start.
is hard.
No, but what they're gonna do is they're going to I mean, because there's still resources and like minerals and stuff like that on there. So what they're gonna do is they're gonna terraform it and kind of. You ever seen the movie? Um, what's that fucking movie called with Arnold Schwarzenegger? It's an old one.
You talking about Total Recall's
Total
Mars.
Recon. Total Recall. Yeah, yeah,
Total
yeah.
Recall.
That's
You
what.
stop talking about the moon. You're confusing me.
No, I mean, yeah, I'm talking about the moon, but I'm just saying we're gonna probably go.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to terraform the moon first because it's the closest
Well,
planet.
terraforming is where you
I mean, the
convert
closest like rock that we can get to.
the atmosphere. You try to put an atmosphere on it that you can breathe, and the
Yeah,
moon
that's
doesn't
what.
have enough mass to get atmosphere. It
No, that's what
can't.
I'm saying though. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go over there. We're gonna make like a bubble, like some sort of bubble, and then they're gonna be able to like try to figure out how to artificially create oxygen like
Well,
over there.
yeah,
You
they
know
can
what I
do
mean?
that. That's
Yeah.
super hard, but that's what the Boring Company is for. Because you're going to live underground. You're going to live in pressurized caves, not bubble, because there's too much radiation. You're going to, it's all the
Oh
Boring
yeah, you're
Company is
right.
just going to.
You're
You're going
right.
to have
There is
Boring
too much
Company
radiation.
robots that just dig tunnels and spit out bricks. Yeah, the Boring Company is going to
Yeah,
go to Mars.
those freaking humanoids that they're making, they're fucking legit, bro. I'm not gonna lie. If I can scoop me one, I'm gonna buy one.
There's too many sci-fi movies where everyone's home robot goes nutty.
Nah, it's cool, bro. I'll take the risk. I want Jarvis to make me a fucking sandwich in the morning. You know, have everything ready for me, pressed and cleaned. You know, have all my chores done. Like, hell yeah. You wouldn't want a personal assistant, bro. You pay a one-time fee, 30K. You get a freaking butler for life. Come on, man. I guess I'm living in 2020. I mean, I'm living
Uh,
in like the year 3000.
I was going to joke. I have teenagers for that, but they don't do shit.
Exactly.
Is Michael still
Exactly,
awake?
bro.
Yeah.
Of
But
course,
it's
Michael's awake.
1:30.
What time zone are you in?
I'm Eastern.
Oh, I say. Oh yeah, I'm also 1:30. Earlier when it was, I thought you said it was like later than it was where I was, but I thought
Okay.
maybe you were in that other Canadian time zone.
No, we don't like to talk about those time zones.
You know, they're
No.
good for torrenting because your shows come down an hour early, and then the torrent is ready
Uh,
right right when the
yeah,
show airs, right when it's done.
that's a good point.
Hey, yo,
Then-
I got a question for you, Mike. I forgot what I was gonna ask you. Hey,
Mm,
is maple syrup? Is it how affordable is it over there?
the good stuff, not very.
The good stuff, not very expensive.
No, very it can get like I've seen bottles go for like $30.
God damn.
Yeah, man. We take our sweets seriously.
Damn, bro, you got that vintage?
If I poured you a glass, it'll look like liquor.
Hey,
But
bro, no lie, I fucking love maple syrup.
good. Yeah, sometimes I put in coffee. Mm. But yeah, so tomorrow, same bad time. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Every day is a new day. I like today. Today's one of my favorite episodes. Hi, homie. Can you be
Favorite episodes. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh,
Hi, homie. I give you guys a shot.
choking.
Ah, take it easy.
All right, later, bro. Have a good one. Bye.
All right, take care.